chapter officials working together with the chapter veterans organizations and just veterans yourselves. Thank you very much again for serving, all that you do for our great country and for the great Navajo Nation. So with that, let's go ahead and come back out of recess. The time now is 10. What time is it? 10. Oh, 10. 12:20. 12:20 p.m. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go roll call.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Elmer Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay answered. Roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo answered. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James is present. Honorable Rick Ness. Honorable Rick Ness. Honorable Rick Ness did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. is present. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
Here.
Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Eugene So answered. Roll call. Honorable Daniel So answered. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I'm present. Thank you.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika is present. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer. Roll call. Going back up.
Delegate Yeller is present.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered. Roll call. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is present. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland is present. Honorable Rick Ness. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, you have 21 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, we have 21 members present this afternoon. Let's continue on down. We are just coming out of recess. So we were on recognizing guests and visiting officials at this time. I did conclude with Honorable Freeland. Now I'm going on down. Honorable Stewart, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I run the colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council for Honors going out in Honorable Kitchen. Recognizing guests and special officials. I want to recognize Mr. Orlando Teller that was on the line earlier this morning. Listening into our summer session. Around the Dakona community members and then the chapters that represent the community members at Egi Kodo Trail right Vansi Kayan. So District 18 was well represented throughout the week. So I had Adol Saint and then get up as both condo. I had on the Kodogi on so Kodo. I Hinani Kai as members of 24 Navajo Nation Council. So I had on the hospitals and such as Asham. Console I had he need of this. Console so the speaker.
Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Stewart. That. Any other further recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation at this time, colleagues?
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Eugene So. Floor is yours.
I would strongly encourage all the council delegates to recognize Chief Legislative Council Dana Burga. She does a great job, amazing job at getting amendment ready for the Navajo Nation Council in short notice. When the council tells her to jump, she just asks us how high. And the veterans, the course that they came on all the way, they walked all the way to Saturday. He did all that, every one of them. Although, I think Speaker Damon, you're a very patient person in this world. You do a great job, Speaker. Around the present now, because on Hassan is 0086-22 without a line item veto.
Thank you very much for those recognitions. And I know Ms. Barbara would appreciate that too as well, recognizing hers this afternoon. That, again, yes, and thank you to the President for no line item vetoes on the legislation there. With that, let me go back to the floor. Is there any other further recognitions at this time?
Speaker.
Honorable Brown, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
The Speaker, at our 24th Navajo Nation Council. Here, ala kwegi, pinda sa December hawatsi, njonago, trogo, behon ni nkamano sado, nhoka di indene, ado naltlo shidat, ado alsa, di den kenda halkin lini, ako here kwegi njono, so hades and do beshi. Adult oil kisalat sa hosanla ay bedil ani hakay ang gitahasi ako nizade dance ande ay alte ako janshi tro do atro da lind ako ishin jo aden jonoj ini che do da senils ande ado shidene adeya later daos later no hot so de other chapter Trat naznel, di hook esetani, ado, trat naznel, danleni, ado, and our summer youth students, tropenan, nishadayila, hanta inishanta, koho, dino settle lenin, kachin lineya, betlekene kaho ade, njono dinan, nishid edel, on kwegi holjish, adon lay chilchin be troha hotso, aja hook esetani, Miskillis here kwegi non nation ado nide hog said da so tranken on the any it's yugon kenan jashi do land is ladan ado the pandemic be hadi krego aja chelchim be troha hot so di it's aja hashin so kan ni do hashin so on kahayos nahalan Ako anedi last week one of the local individuals was telling me that to this state in Chilchimbito, the small community alone has lost over 170 people to the pandemic. So a lot of people from our community of Chilchimbito, it really saddens the in leadership and everywhere, the families there. So Eshi Ashwanda E Kutad Adonde Twideneshe Kahotso Rajato Daus Eya Nakiko has Anahalende Equado chapter house Hog Esetani do Tranas Nale Daus Ado Twideneshe Kanta Township at the Ajadaus Eya did a legislation our Navajo Nation employees. I want to recognize them for their hard work for these legislations, and they wanted. I saw, and when I visited them, there's one young lady that actually travels from Windarock to Kayenta to work out there. Imagine with the gas prices. I mean, Kwege. The many chapters that are not very far from Windarock, but then Kehnit in a Western Agency, Archical Kehnit in Nazat, Argentat, the Siat from Katanzat, Kut Uncle has alcohol, I just wanted to express my appreciation to the Kayenta court staff who are working really hard, and also Shanantano Leni. It was I don't know if I was really surprised, but you know, for our people, no matter what area and what project, when they have poured their heart and soul into these projects, when it gets tabled, when it gets moved, and council does not move on it, I heard one of the staff say, you know, my heart sank and I was ready to cry. I again thank you to the 3 chapters, the township, and all the people surrounding us who continue to help us. Finally, I wanted to say thank you to, again, our team with the Untitled Initiative who trained the students this past week in my communities. So, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Brown. Colleagues, any other recognitions at this time? If there's not, colleagues, there was a recognition for a moment of silence for Mr. Julius Chi from the Granada Unified School District. And I know that as Honorable Vince James had alluded to, that this individual who has been not only an educator, but an individual who has helped out the community. So at this time, colleagues, with that, let's go ahead and do a moment of silence for not only Mr. Chi, but everyone else that we have continued to lose in this pandemic. And we continue to know that prayers and just a phone call or something just to making sure that their families are doing okay helps them out going through the mourning process. So at this time, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we recognize Mr. Julius Chi and everyone that we continue to mourn going through this pandemic at this time. Thank you very much, colleagues and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council again. So prayers being with Mr. Chi's family and moving forward. So with that, colleagues, let me go ahead. I don't have anybody else in the queue, but I can go back to reserve time. Chairman Hino, 3 minutes and 51 seconds on reserve time. Chairman Hino, going twice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Again, after the Speaker Damon. I waste my time.
Thank you. That, moving on down. Honorable Vince James, 1 minute and 39 seconds.
Speaker, adults and Arnoldini, Dosha Kahasi, so is not Angi. Padot down, the he ya Ecuador ARPA hardship office has anje checked issue out Dalia, the hardship check issued out Daliagi. Staff and they are Jenny Arviso, Coletta Bedoni, Ina Vicente, Rachel Begay, Shandine Benali, Gloria Billy, Gloria Betsui, Sandra Boyd, Dominic Brown, Zarina Castillo, Leanne Cleveland, Myron at City, Carzal Francisco, Leanne Harry, Wallace James, Chantel Jones, Rowene Kenny, Jasper Long, Brenda Miney, Elmo Mitchell, Dana Paul, Pearl Russell, Morgan Skeet, Cordell Smith, Isabel Tallman, and Cherry Yazzie. These are some individuals that work in the hardship office at the controller, and they've been working with a lot of our constituents, addressing their concerns regarding the hardship checks, and then also issuing out the checks. And on behalf of our constituents throughout the Navajo Nation, I want to extend my appreciation to that office and working diligently to provide those checks to our Navajo people throughout the Navajo Nation. Job well done. Thank you. Wait the rest of my time.
Oh, thank you for that recognition. Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute and 24 seconds. I couldn't see my Vice Chair Smith. Vice Chair Smith going twice.
Speaker, I was muted. I can speak now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was saying that I'd like to recognize the state of Arizona for the $55 million and the Arizona State Task Force for getting that bill passed. This money is going to be for road infrastructure, veterans, housing, education, and the Cayenta Judicial Complex. I'd like to thank also recognize Senator Teresa Hatafi and Representative Jasmine Blackwater Nygren, and also our Representative Myron Sosi, and also the Governor of Arizona, Ducey, and also the Senate President, Ms. Karen Fan, and also the House Speaker, Rusty Bowers, and Appropriation Chairwoman, Regina Cobbs, for signing this bill. It's a historic moment. We've never received any funding such as this amount for the Navajo Nation. I just wanted to say, for this, and we will utilize that funding. And I'd just like to say thank you for the President signing that $1.7 billion and no veto. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Smith. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, 30 seconds. On reserve time, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for 30 seconds. I'd like to say thanks to announce our great bull rider, Mr. Koya Seuss, almost took a world champion, 22. He only lose by a few points, no more than 8 points. Now I'd like to also announce another Kellen Yell here. He's competing in 2022 youth bull riding world champion in Abilene, Texas, from August 2nd to August 6th, 22. Chinali Eto Naji Kat in the cat steer and Pee Wee Bull. Naji Kat for. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaker.
Oh. Thank you. With that, moving on down, Honorable Freeland, 4 minutes and 46 seconds on reserve time.
Okay, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues and staff. Today. Thank you, Speaker, for that. Allowing the motion to proceed on with the listening to our veterans. This morning, I wanted to, of course, recognize my chapters first and foremost. Good morning, chapters, officials in Tlenigi, and our administrative teams and our PEP workers at Crown Point, Nahadishki, Sehe, Vicente, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayeze, and all of our people within the 8 regional chapters that are out there as well. And I want to say good morning to all of you and thank you for everything that you have done and continue to do during this time. Honorable Edmund Yazi did steal my thunder. I wanted to acknowledge the high school contestants up in Gillette this week. We want to wish the best of luck to Tyra and Tyden Sosi, Oysten Charleston, and Caden Sosi representing the Navajo Nation as well as the state of New Mexico in the high school finals up there. And we really appreciate them and the families really being creative as far as fundraising is concerned and getting their expenses paid and reaching out and just speaking with them and the family. So definitely appreciate them and especially the parents. Thank you very much. And of course, best of luck to them during this time. Speaker, I also wanted to thank the writers that came with me from Eastern Agency, Mr. Limbert Largo from Casimiro Lake. And, you know, I mentioned earlier the Chiquita and the Morgan family this morning, and the three young individuals that were on horseback with me were rode with a purpose and rode with a concern, of course, and that deals with the missing and murdered Indigenous women. And they have a family member who's missing for 2 years now, Albuquerque. And you know, the mother, I'm going to be speaking with the mother, and you know, we definitely need to bring this to the forefront again, because you know, it hits every community. And when you speak to the families and you understand that a situation like this is severe and it impacts the families, and just talking to the kids on horseback along the way about it, really got a good understanding as to why you know, they continue to ride and why they ride. I'm very proud of them. I'm very proud of these young individuals from Natashkish. And I just want to say thank you to the families for supporting them during this ride. And like I said, they rode with a purpose and a reason. And I'm very proud of them. And I acknowledge that. And I did mention to them, thank you as well. I also wanted to give a big gratitude and appreciation to, of course, the Arizona State Legislature in the first time ever appropriating funds to our Navajo people on the Arizona side. And, you know, as a state task force chair, we sat in a lot of meetings with the subcommittee, but we were kind of the go-in-betweens as far as bringing the both Democrat and Republican parties together. And, you know, it was a very interesting and unique experience in dealing with party politics again. But it worked out, and we're very thankful. And, you know, the amount that we're getting is significant, of $60 million. And congratulations to our chapters, and thank you to the LD7 leadership, Senator Hatati Dalmar and Representative Blackwater Nigrin and Representative Sosi, of course, and the leadership, the House leadership, Speaker Bowers, and of course, Appropriations Chair Regina Cobb. And of course, thank you to our lobbyists as well for their assistance. And thank you to my colleagues in the State Task Force for working with us as well and making this happen. So first time ever that Arizona is giving money to our chapters, and we're very thankful and appreciative of that. So with that, Speaker, I'll go ahead and waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. With that, continuing on down, I don't have anybody else with reserved time. Going back to the queue, I don't have anybody in the queue for recognizing guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation at this time. Any further recognitions at this time, colleagues? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's continue on down. Item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read the agenda into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, proposed agenda of the 24th Nomination Council Summer Session, July 18th to the 22nd, 2022, Window Navajo Nation via teleconference. Presiding Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Nomination Council. 1, call session to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, receive the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. 5, receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. 6, receive report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. 7, receive financial report from the Controller. 8, oral reports. Item A, Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA. B, Indian Health Services, IHS. C, Attorney General. D, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. 9, written reports. 9A, standing committees. B, boards and commissions. C, Bureau of Indian Affairs. D, Indian Health Service Area Director. 10, old business. Old business A, legislation 0063-22. B, legislation 0013-22. 11, new business. New business A, legislation 0258-21. B, legislation 0021-22. C, legislation 0022-22. D, legislation 0043-22. E, legislation 0049-22. F, legislation 0051-22. G, legislation 0065-22. H, legislation 0066-22. I, legislation 0067-22. J, legislation 0104-22. K, legislation 0106-22. L, legislation 0107-22. M, legislation 0024-22. N, legislation 0052-22. O, legislation 0092-22. 12, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, where am I at? On review and adopt the agenda. Could I get a motion?
Delegate Brown, a motion.
Honorable Stewart, second by Honorable Brown. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions to our agenda this morning? Honorable Vince James, then Honorable Helena.
Aquí had non-national speaker, Ado, Chibishma, Ane, Kodor, Ikanasis Tani, Chet Tahasi. So, the Kodor, suspend the 4 rules that it is slating. So, Ako, the legislation 0021-22, Ado, item C, legislation 0022-22. See that now suspend the 4 rules that about these needs to don't get the last so we'll go ahead and return back to the original agenda meeting, going back after we approve these 2 legislation, go back to item number 4. Is the last call on Hinahas Taniki or Hinahas Tanishi a Aje Ashon Hajo Hawan de Katole Ayahayu when he treat over this street. Don the butter has Tando, don the butter has Balo or other Nahas Tan Leco or AD Adonana legislation 0024-22 A8 out A Cow, K when the Albin, yes, suspend the 4 rules. The state could all hit the last sober. Speaker Shanale put out a nice condolation and not the Negi. I hear had la reserve my time.
Hello, hello.
There's Honorable Vince
Hey,
James. Due to the fact
good,
that we
good.
do
We're just
not
in a
have
council meeting. So
due to the fact that we do not have an approved agenda yet, I cannot suspend the floor rules on the agenda. So my recommendation then is there's two things. One, the first thing is that you can amend the agenda to go to those three items. Those would be the new item number 4. 24 is actually not. Which one? So those is 24 a 2/3 vote? Okay. Honorable Vince James, there's two things that can happen. One of them is that you're able to do legislation 0021-22, 0022-22 only. And the reason why is because they're 2/3 majority. 0024-22 is simple majority. I need to approve all 2/3 legislations, or at least consider to hear them first before I go to simple majority legislations. So the best thing that could happen today, or since we're not done with all the 2/3 legislations, is you could motion to amend the agenda and go directly to 0021-22 and 0022-22, and then you would go to receiving the State of the Nation address by the president. That's all you could do is move those two up. The last one we would consider after the 2/3 legislations. That's the only option that would be available at this time. Honorable Vince James, you have, what's this time? 3 minutes and 22 seconds on the board.
Point of privilege.
There's a point of privilege. There's a point of privilege. Honorable Vince James, hold on. There's a point of privilege by Honorable Ottoso. Honorable Ottoso.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I believe by law, we are supposed to address reports today. And if this were to happen, what policy do we have to not amend, waiver? Because by law, we have to do reports today. I do understand Honorable James's position to address the veterans legislation first, but we have statute that allows us or that governs the quarterly council session. And I believe this is the reason why the first day is only geared to report. I haven't seen any type of amendment happen, me coming to this body as a member of the Navajo Nation Council. So I think that if we get Legislative Council and Department of Justice to weigh in on this so that we could go back and see what the law is, because for years we've been doing this. Day one is the report, and it's always been told that this is codified in law. Because to me, if we go to the legislation, we are going to be outside the bounds of the law. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Otto. So there's been one case where this has happened prior, and that was in the 23rd Navajo Nation Council that I remember. And that's the reason I'm bringing it up. Historically, we just listened to presentation, our reports on the first day, and that's in by code 164.15. If you see, all verbal and written reports shall be presented to council only on the first day of regular sessions unless otherwise directed by the speaker of the council. And that's the reason I take the direction of council a vote if we go into the second day on reports. But I will take this back to Office of Legislative Council. Office of Legislative Council, I cannot find anywhere where it says that action on a legislation cannot happen on the first day of council. Is there anywhere anywhere either in the process or even in the approval of the agenda or the council rules of order where it does say that? I cannot find it. I know there's been precedents before.
Good morning, Navajo Nation Council. This is Chief Legislative Council. Delegate James submitted his question to Office of Legislative Council about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15. There seems to be a lot of dispute within the Office of Legislative Council whether this can be done or not. I cannot. Now, Speaker, you just mentioned a law or a statutory provision where, could you repeat that to me, please?
Without taking away time, Ms. Barbara, what's happening right now is we are approving.
No, Speaker, I'm on the line. I understand what's happening. We're just having we're just trying to research it so you get a consistent legal, thorough legal opinion. There's lots of just different ins and outs. What I'm asking, Speaker, is you just referenced a statutory provision, which I can't find.
Oh, that
you just, and I just want to know what it was.
Okay, well, that was 160. I'll take the Snickers right now. I'll do it's 164.15 at the very last sentence under that 164.15.
Okay. Because this is okay. So, Speaker, you are correct. I have not been able to find anything that would prohibit legislation from being heard on the first day of council after reports are heard. If you are going to hear legislation on the first day of council and before the reports, then you will need to proceed two ways. Do it as a amendment an amendment to the agenda that you're adopting now. However, you will need to suspend the rules to do that, because to place reports, replace legislations in front of reports, you need to suspend Rule 6. Rule 6 requires that sets forth the order of business and definitely has reports first. So you can do it, but it will be a two-step process. You are going to need to suspend the floor rules to make that amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
All right. Thank you for that. So in that case, Legislative Council recommendation to waive Rule 6. So Honorable Vince James, after we approve the agenda, then I'm going to go to you to go suspend the floor rules, and we'd go to those two legislations. Honorable Otto So. Thank you, Honorable Otto So. With that, I'll go back to you, Honorable Vince James. Are you want to withdraw your motion then? I can't hear you.
Chanela speaker and members of the council and then audience, I will go ahead and withdraw my motion to suspend the full rules until after we adopt the agenda. Thank you. Wait the rest of my time.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and continue on down then with I thought Honorable Holona was wanting to speak, but he was actually just stretching his arm. So any other further comments or questions on the agenda at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel So.
Chairman Daniel So, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Judge Senantai, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, legislative staff, and all the folks on the call. I'd like to motion to amend the agenda to add within the reports, a written report by County Development Corporation. This report is required as part of their plan of operation. So that's how come I'm wanting to end the motion such that they could submit a written report. That would be my motion. Thank you. Reserve the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, there's a motion to add in by Chairman Daniel So, a new item number E, which is under written reports, which will be a written report from Natani Development Corporation in DC. With that, is there a second? Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Any comments, questions on Amendment 1? Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board. Huh? Oh, Chairman Nez, sorry, Chairman Nez.
Thank you.
Before
can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to ask the Honorable Chairman Daniel So to add legislation 0116-22, a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution, an action relating to an emergency, extending the time for a limited waiver of sovereign immunity to allow Navajo Nation to be sued in federal district court regarding compliance with National Environmental Protection Act in carrying out the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development grants, and authorizing the President of Navajo Nation to be certifying tribal official to execute Form 705.15 through September 30, 2025. Could you have that request to add that? Reserve my time, please.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Chairman Nez. That, let me go back to the sponsor. Honorable Chairman Daniel So is a request to modify to add in You did hear the heading, Emergency Legislation 0116-22.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Honorable Rick Nance. Question before I decide, that particular emergency legislation, will that again require a vote either 2/3 of the voting council or 2/3 of the sitting council before I respond?
That would be going under, it would be new item number M, right? Chairman Daniel Zoe, that would be, if this does add on, it would be a new item M under new business, and that would require two-thirds of the entire council. So it would be 16 votes in order for that legislation to pass.
Thank you, Speaker. Satilla, going forward, it brings into question a lot of thoughts about NHA. It seems like to go forward with the operations of NHA, and NHA has to really be cognizant that there is a lot of housing need. There's a lot of chapters that are requesting housing units. There has to be due diligence going forward at each of the district offices to facilitate that. And that's the part that has to be considered as part of this action. But I will abide by your request, and I would add it to my motion.
Okay. Thank you.
Speaker, back to you.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Paul Begay as a second. Are you good with it? Yes, he's good with it. So with that, we do have on Amendment 1, colleagues, adding a written report by the Natani Development Corporation, which would be a new item 9E, and then also adding on emergency legislation 0116-22, which would be new business item M. Under new business. Any other comments, questions? Madam Chair Charles Newman, I do believe that's you, but you're coming in very choppy.
Okay, this is Delegate Charles Newman. Can you hear me?
No, I can't. I mean, I can try to make out what you're going to say, but I can't really hear you that well.
Can you hear me now, Speaker?
Is this Madam Chair Charles Newton?
Yes, Speaker, it's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like you, though.
Speaker, I would like to be recognized at this time to speak to the amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues, and hopefully I can be heard. Thank the Honorable Otto Stowe for the prayer this morning. Speaker, I would like to ask Chair Stowe if we could add a report on for veterans. I did listen into what was being said. Thank you, Honorable, you do so. And then thank you to the staff, Shirley Margie, for letting me listen in as people were speaking about the issues there for veterans. Speaker, we have been trying to get a report from the Veterans Administration regarding this book. No support has been provided to this council. We tried to get it on to Nabi, but it failed, and then we tried to get it on again, and we just never got it on to it.
Madam Chair, I cannot hear you. I cannot understand your is that what she said? Okay, there's been translation. Madam Chair, Charles Newton, are you wanting, okay, so you're adding on, you want to add on a report. What's your time? 4:06. You want to add on a report that was recommended to happen at Navajo Committee on the veterans issues?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me now?
Okay. What is that? What is that language?
Can you hear me?
Okay, so this would be the language then. Adding on a report from the Office of the Controller, Office of Management, Budget, and the Department of Justice regarding the memorandum date July 7th, 2022, FY 2023 recommended budget to the Veterans Trust Fund Program and Veterans Trust Fund Home Program. Is that correct?
Yes, Speaker. And if we could add that report after Office of the Controller gives her report, I think it would fall in line with the report following. Thank you, Speaker. I reserve my time.
Item number 8. 8A. 8A. Okay. Those three. So B8A. Okay, Chairman Daniel, so there's a motion to add on a modification. Add report from the Office of the Controller, OMB, and Department of Justice on Veterans Trust Fund pertaining to a July, what was it date? Time 7.
Speaker.
Chairman Daniel,
Speaker,
so there's a request to modify.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the system keeps double muting me. Yes, I understand Madam Chair Charles Newton's request. It was originally a report to the HES committee on June 23rd, and it was represented to the committee on July 13th. And that's respective of what would be used as a basis for putting together the FY23 veterans budget. And I really feel like it's necessary. So with that, Speaker, I will also add that to amendment number 1. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. That, Honorable Paul Gay, second is good. That, any other further comments or questions at this time?
Speaker.
Honorable Otto So, on Amendment 1.
Yeah. So with these amendments that are happening, and we know that by Rule 6 is not waived, and however far we get with reports today, we don't get to these reports. We go into legislation tomorrow, correct? Reserve my time.
If we don't, it depends on council. If council wishes to vote at the time of recessing to go, that's how we did it before. At the time of recessing, it's up to council to decide if we start on reports tomorrow. On so.
Okay, thank you very much. Just checking on Rule 6, so we're within, as long as we're in order of that, we're okay. Thank you.
Okay. That, moving on down. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? If not, No, but it's about this is reports. Right now. That Chairman Nez, 3 minutes 52 seconds on Amendment 1. Waves his time. Madam Chair, Charles Lewin, 4 minutes and 2 seconds on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to waive my time. Thank
you. Moving on down. Any other comments, questions? Huh? Did he reserve his time? On water, so 4 minutes and 42 seconds. Sorry, boss, I didn't hear you reserve your time. But luckily the tapes caught it. 4:42, boss. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to raise those points because with the amount of reports being added, know that Rule 6 requires today to be reports. And pretty soon, Rule 6 is going to be wavered. And we're going to go, we might address two legislations. Or it may go, the conversation may go elsewhere to address all legislations first. So that's just what I'm trying to be mindful of before these amendments happen to the agenda here, because with these reports that are added in here, we have to address those like today. And maybe if we could maybe accept the speakers and the judicial branch's report in a written report, it'll speed up things, including the controller and the attorney general and down the line. That way we could try to be within the timelines of what Rule 6 allows us to happen today pertaining to our quarterly annual council meeting. Yeah, wait my time.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, if there's no other comments or questions at this time, this is the way Amendment 1 is right now. Adding written report by the Natani Development Corporation, new item number 9E, adding an emergency legislation 0116-22, which is new business item number M. Then adding a report from the Office of the Controller, OMB, and Department of Justice regarding the memorandum dated July 7th, 2022. And this is dated, the memo states FY 2023 recommended budget for the Veterans Trust Fund program and the Veterans Housing Program. With that, colleagues, if there's no more other further comments or questions on Amendment 1, nobody with reserved time. Going twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on Amendment 1.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One vote green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Hino.
You vote green.
Honorable Jamie Hino votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson
Green.
Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is here.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not vote. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote.
Thomas Walker.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., can you please repeat your vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Delegate Gay votes green. This is Elmer.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
That 21 in favor, 1 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion carries. On the amendment. That went back to
Speaker,
the
Vice Chair Smith votes green.
back to the main motion.
Speaker Damon.
Okay, with that.
Muted. Vice Chair Smith, I vote green.
With that, on Amendment 1, the vote changes from 21 in favor to 22 in favor. 1 opposed and Speaker not voting. Motion's carried still. Honorable Vice Chair Smith. With that, moving on down back to the main motion on adopting our agenda. Any other further comments or questions?
Speaker, I have a point of privilege.
Thank you. With that, point of privilege by Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. I just was regarding the vote and the issue of emergency legislations. Don't they fall under new business A? Don't they go straight to the beginning? Okay. I just want to ask that question. Thank you for the head shake, Mr. Rico.
All right. With that, moving on down. We'll go back to reserve time. 4 minutes and 6 seconds on main motion to adopt our agenda. Honorable Chairman Daniel So. 4 minutes, 6 seconds.
I'll waive my time. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, colleagues? There's none. Going twice.
Delegate Eo here, Speaker.
What are we all here on our agenda?
Okay, on our agenda, that's just my questions is we're going to have a report on the Navajo Nation president. And just to understand this agenda, will it be on a report as a live, not a written report from the president? I'd like to hear from his own voice and opinions in person or on a live report on his on the report from the Navajo Nation president for the State of the Nation address. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, there is a oral report, Honorable, you'll hear from when the president does a State of the Nation address. Honorable, you'll hear. Honorable, you'll hear waves this time. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Went twice. Went 3 times. Mr. Rico, second reading.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, you have one amendment. Amendment number 1 is to add a written report by the Natani Development Corporation. That will be new item 9E. It is also to add emergency legislation 0116-22. That will be new item M under new business. The third part is to add an update report by the Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, and the Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding the memorandum dated July 7th, 2022, addressed to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director regarding fiscal year 2023 recommended budget, Veterans Trust Fund program, and Veterans Trust Fund home. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With that, let's go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Delegate Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Somebody keeps muting me, Speaker.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you. With that, 22 in favor, 0 opposed. And speaker not voting, motion carries. Colleagues, we do have an agenda here before us, so go ahead and move on down. Honorable Vince James.
Here another speaker, other members of the council, other audience. Shinalado, Kodosh Beshmas, Anoktaniki, Aya in his inch castle, Kodo, suspend the 4 rules at the sleep, not Kiko, Kiko, not sheet, Aya, what are the sleep, so with that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to suspend the 4 rules to vote and act on legislation 021-22. Reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
That colleagues, reserve your time at 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Colleagues, is a motion to suspend the floor rules and go to legislation 0021-22, sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay. That is item number 11B on your agenda. With that, colleagues, is there a second? Second by Chairman Nez. Okay, with that, colleagues, on the suspension of floor rules, this is 16 votes by the entire council. That, any comments or questions on the suspension? Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So, then Chairman Daniel So on the motion. Honorable Otto So. And this is just on the suspension. This isn't actually on the legislation itself. Honorable Otto So. Can't hear you.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Can we include the waiver of that certain rule in this one vote that we're doing with the suspension of 4 rule? That way we don't have to go back and forth and do this. Let's include it with the suspension of 4 rules, because the suspension of 4 rules will require 16 votes. Let's include that, and that way we have everything all in one. So we have the waiver and the suspension of 4 rules and the waiver of the certain rules of the council rules and order. Yeah, reserve my time.
When we refer to suspension of the floor rules, that's automatically Rule 6B. So if you want us to say, instead of what we usually say state suspension of floor rules, everybody accepts that. But if you want us to put the actual language in there, it would be suspending Rule 6B. Is that what you mean? Honorable Otto? Because Rule 6B is what we're doing, and that just basically suspending the floor rules. Order of business, yeah. But this provision shall not be substitutes.
Question of privilege, Speaker.
Okay, so it's just Rule 6 then. So it's just Rule 6. It's an entire Rule 6. But historically, we just know it as suspension of floor rules. But in this case, we can put motion to suspend floor or motion to suspend Rule 6. I guess since are we trying to be as formal as we can be? Is that what you're trying to do, Honorable Otto?
Speaker, just I'll go ahead and withdraw my portion of my concerns. So as long as we're suspending it and addressing the floor rules. Thank you.
Hey, suspending floor rules. I'm going to new business item number B, legislation 0021-22. That Chairman Daniel So.
Others and colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, and all the folks on the call. Mr. Che, Honorable Vince James. A few minutes ago, you were also trying to add 22-22. Did you change your mind and just want to add on the one legislation now? Reserve balance my time.
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. Can I interject?
Yes, just to add your question though, on the suspension of floor rules, Rule 24C, Honorable Chairman Daniel, so under the motion of the rule, it can only be used to amend the agenda and adopt by the council but not to be used to reorder more than one item. So that's the reason why Honorable Vince James, I think, is just doing one at a time. Office Legislative Council.
Thank you, Speaker. That was exactly what I was going to point out. Rule 24C will only allow Delegate James to do his amendment one legislation at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Chairman Daniel, so in this case, in order to comply with our rules of order, when we suspend the floor rules, we only can do one item at a time. So that's the reason why. And when I come back, that's the reason why Honorable Vince James reserved his time so I could come back to him after this.
We will abide. Thank you.
Speaker. Which one? What do you mean? Okay. Only 2/3.
Question of privilege, Speaker Delfino.
Okay, thank you. That question of privilege, Chairman Hino.
Again, ask to speak to Damon. Can you have staff read the heading into the record for me and probably our listeners? I wonder what are we talking about when it comes to 2122.
2122 is item, Chairman, is item number B on our proposed agenda and now an approved agenda. It's an act related to the Health, Education, Human Services, Law and Order, and NAPCA Committee, and ultimately the Navajo Nation Council, amending the selection process for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Director, Executive Director, and amending 2 NNC subsection 1031, 1032, 1033, 1034, 1035, 1036 related to the Navajo Nation Veterans Advisory Council, It's a 2/3 legislation sponsored by Honorable Keon Begay. That, colleagues, back to the suspension. Any other comments or questions at this time?
Speaker.
Hello?
Speaker, can you hear me?
Honorable Freeland?
No, this is Edmund Yazzie, sir.
I was like, I can see I don't see your lips moving. Chairman Yazzie. I was confused there.
Oh, okay, probably someone. All
right, Chairman Yazzie, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to address this question to Department of Justice if we're doing the right thing, because I know that by law we're supposed to hear out reports. Maybe if we're going to start doing this, we just start approving all the written reports, and then we can go, on to legislation. But let me ask, if we could, Speaker, and members of the council, if we can ask DOJ if we're doing the right thing with all this add-ons where reports should be heard first. Speaker, sir?
Thank you. I'm going to go to Department of Justice. If you can, if anybody's there to answer that question. But let me go to Ms. Barbara first, as out of respect for Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the respect for Legislative Counsel. This is a complicated question or maneuver, shall we say, to amend the agenda this way. I don't think it's been done before. But unless the Department of Justice can find something in the statute that states that that reports are first, I've not been able to find anything in the statute. Where I find the order of the report is in Rule 6, under your order of agenda business. That's Rule 6 in the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. And that sets forth the order of the agenda. Now, as you're aware, there are provisions that allow the Navajo Nation Council to suspend its rules. That's what Delegate James has asked to do, is to suspend the rules so that he can amend the agenda to hear the reports before two legislations, or right now one legislation before the report. The reason he is doing that one at a time is because of Rule 24, which states that you can only reorder one item of business per motion. Speaker, with that, I defer to the Department of Justice. Thank you.
Department of Justice. Department of Justice going twice. Justice going 3 times. That, we'll be back to the floor. Any other further comments, questions on the suspension of floor rules?
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege. Honorable Otto.
Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Wondering why Department of Justice is not on the Navajo Nation Council summer session call. Can we get staff to reach out to the Department of Justice to have them weigh in on this issue pertaining to the reports. And that's what I brought up earlier. And I believe, this council has always had the reports go first for the day. The last council did that too. So we were told at the time by even you, Mr. Speaker, saying that by law we have to address the reports first today. So that's the portion I believe that I raised, and then also now Honorable Yazzie. So if that wasn't, why was this was told to us prior? Because this is how we understand it, that today reports are set for today only. So that's just my thought, and somewhere now where I'm feeling that we're getting to go play in the left field of the baseball field here now. So thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Otto, Chief of Staff, and I do believe Office of Legislative Services has reached out to Department of Justice, and they said they would be getting on. The second, Honorable Otto, this is a decision that's in the Navajo, that's not specifically stated anywhere as Office of Legislative Council. So it's up to the council to decide. If the council wants to decide to stay historically with the reports, then it's up to council. Vote this down. Vote the suspension down. If you believe that this is an issue that needs urgency, then this is something that it's up to the council to decide right now. I'm giving this to the council to make that decision. With that, any other comments or questions, colleagues? I can go back. Is anybody on from the Department of Justice?
Good afternoon, Speaker. This is Doreen McPaul.
Good afternoon, Madam AG. I'm not too sure if you heard the question.
Yes, I did, Speaker.
Okay, if you have, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker, and good afternoon, members of council. This is Doreen McPaul, and I apologize for the delay. I was listening on the YouTube stream, and so it took me a moment to hop onto the Zoom to be able to comment and respond. With respect to the interpretation of the council's rules of order, we respectfully defer to Office of Legislative Counsel that works with these rules on a daily basis, and we have no basis to disagree with Dana's interpretation of how to proceed in this matter. My recollection with the issue with reports on the first day had to do with the reports extending on to Tuesday and then to Wednesday. That's the only recent issue that I remember with respect to the reports. So unless we find something that is contrary to the Chief Legislative Counsel's interpretation, we respectfully defer to her interpretation and her decision and advice to the council. Thank you.
That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time on the suspension of floor rules? Not. Go back to Honorable Otto. So 4 minutes and 21 seconds on reserve time.
Ooh, wait my time.
Moving on down, Chairman Daniel So, 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Daniel.
I'm unmuted.
Oh.
I'm unmuted. The system keeps muting us. I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? I don't have anybody else with reserved time. No one else in the queue on the suspension of floor rules. This is to suspend the floor rules and go to legislation, new business, item number B, which is legislation 0021-22. If this gets 16 votes, we're going straight to that legislation, colleagues. Going twice. Went 3 times. Third board.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I vote green. I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia.
Green. I just muted.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl R. Slater. Honorable Carl R. Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Is it green? Yeah. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote Dr. Chair.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Wamaka. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio. Honorable Jamie Henio did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. And Honorable Jamie Henio votes red via text. That, Mr. Speaker, you have 15 in favor and 6 opposed. I'm sorry. Honorable Mark Freeland votes red.
Okay.
That it changes the vote to 15 in favor, 7 opposed.
Okay, with that, colleagues, on the suspension of full rules, 15 in favor, 7 opposed, motion fails. Moving on back. Item number 4. Moving on down, receiving the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. Mr. President? You might have to press star-6.
All right, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. You have 20 minutes on the board. Floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Speaker Seth Damon, Chief Justice Joanne B. Jane, as well as chapters, county, state, and federal leaders. And most importantly, our Diné citizens. On behalf of the Nez Lizer administration, we are pleased to present to you all the State of the Navajo Nation address for the summer session. First, I want to take a moment to recognize and thank all of the men and women, including our Diné lawmakers, who took part in the horse rides over the last several days to honor the long-standing tradition of our past leaders who would travel on horseback long ago, together in the capital of our nation for each council session. We know that a lot of time, work, and resources go into the horse ride. So we thank you for honoring that tradition and teaching our youth about the ways of our elders. So, yeah, we think that for the Asian ya Hislo Yikanina Ado Adendo here. Let me start out with COVID-19 again. You know, first of all, this morning we came together, Vice President and I, every Mondays at 6 a.m. We have a devotional and prayer, start off our week. And this morning was the same. Just to let you all know that the Navajo leadership, faith-based leadership, are praying for each and every one of you. And with COVID-19, I know many of our Navajo people have been praying throughout the past 2 years for strength, wisdom, protection, and of course, good health for our Navajo people. We've been through some difficult times, but again, I thank you, council delegates, for your hard work throughout this pandemic, being on the front lines of this pandemic, even before there was no vaccine, with your chapter leadership, with your volunteers to give out food and supplies and PPEs. You know, as our team, our administration visited the 110 chapters and then even another 70 more chapters after that. And I appreciate the division directors for doing an outstanding job, and our volunteers as well for being out there, even though It was scary because there was no vaccine, but we recognized that our Navajo people should need to see their leaders out there. It brings comfort to them. And I appreciate the Navajo people too for listening to the healthcare professionals, listening to their frontline workers throughout this pandemic. And let me transition to now the funding that has come to the Navajo Nation because of this difficult time in our history, probably in our generation. We received the CARES Act funding, $714 million. We received the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, over $2 billion. I think at the end of the day, we're going to see over $3 billion projects here on the Navajo Nation. And of course, the direct funding that has gone into the pockets of our Navajo citizens. I'm sure it came during a time that was difficult for you. Some were working, some came home to help their family members, their elders. They weren't making an income, but the support that you have given to our people is appreciated by everyone. And now we move forward, slowly transitioning out of a pandemic. 70% of our Navajo people are fully vaccinated. 65 and over, our elders, 90% fully vaccinated. We saw an uptick in cases during the July 4th weekend, but we didn't see that many people in the emergency rooms or end up admitted into hospital. So the vaccine does work, ladies and gentlemen. The protocols, wearing our masks, pushing back on COVID does work. Bigo hashing the hat named a be Mhe Kodo Mikeni na Bahajo Ba Do Kodo a Yabkadi Jet not Anhinan Shidalia. And over the past year, we've been dealing with many meetings, ARPA meetings, and we finally got to the finish line, and I appreciate the 24th Navajo Nation Council for your great, monumental, historic vote to pass the ARPA bill. $215 million for water and wastewater. 96.4 million home electricity connection. The best chi no best above 120 million for broadband, 80 million for housing. No, 50 million for housing for Navajo veterans. So we appreciate our veterans who came long and far today to address the council, address the leadership. 120 million for new hardship assistance applicants. That will take care of up to 410,000 Navajo citizens because people are still enrolling. 150 million for bathroom additions. 210 million for local chapter priorities per delegate region. 35 million for E911 and public safety. 19.2 million for healthcare. 5 million for cybersecurity, 15.5 million for former benefreeze area housing. And I know that that doesn't cover all the needs that have been brought to our attention by our citizens, but this is a focus on infrastructure for us to lay that foundation for economic and community development into the future. Vice President will talk about the economic development portfolio, and there's a need there. As Delegate Mark Freeland recently stated, this will be life-changing for many of our people. It will not address every need in every community, but it is a strong starting point to build our nation and set us on the path of building communities for our young people to return home one day. And Japan ya best of the last negi non stahdo les kon hiken yidna khatchen yidando data ne aje hojish kompesh chi to the naskui could they do this bananish they do this nakha sain lake order keda hatchen dana dansen de sta dansen the nebeke of cow on the todo best chi that can have that kache ya kon yikeni hinna never kia keda hat ido les the even nachikon nasko ya ada is neto les anils. We thank everyone for the hard work and the prayers of our people in moving us forward. And there's still much to do. There's still plans for senior centers. There's still plans for public safety and judicial complexes. And we just recently approved $4 million, and thank you, Navajo Nation Council, to support our Navajo youth for employment. And our budget season is coming up, and we have prioritized many items that Navajo people address to us. Again, public safety, the missing persons unit. You know, with the public safety and the police department, is reestablishing the Drug and Alcohol Task Force, which is called Proactive Criminal Enforcement Program, PACE, that have been out there doing alcohol sales, intervention, drug intervention. We also have new canine to help with the crime, push back on the crime here on the Navajo Nation. And there is many more to do, and we look forward to finishing off strong with the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I appreciate your leadership. We have submitted our written State of the Navajo Nation address to each and every one of you, and feel free to come to our office or invite us to your community. We have many of our delegates who come to our office to get updates, and we appreciate doing that, and that's working together for the benefit of our Navajo people. So I'm going to turn the time over to our Vice President of the Navajo Nation, Myron Lizer.
Vice President, I can't hear you. Vice President, President Nez. Anybody from OPVP? I love the flowers, but I can't hear you. You can talk to myself? No. President Nez. Chief Paulson Chaco. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. President, I can't hear.
Pardon me for the technical difficulties. Appreciate it. Of course, we have to be flexible. So thank you, Mr. President. I'm sitting in the president's chair now. So, but thank you again, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I had to introduce myself. I'm not sure what you all have heard, but we appreciate your leadership. Thank you for that ARPA legislation finally passing the $1.07 billion funding package. Now work begins. But we appreciate all of those that and to the water that will be coming soon, to the homes, the power that will be coming as well, broadband, housing for families and veterans, COVID-19 mitigation continually as we're not out of the pandemic, bathroom addition, E91 public safety, and local chapter priorities. It's these chapters that can make an impact now for true economic development. And we are aware of those viable projects, and we will assist those in prioritizing these viable projects again. And so it is a little bittersweet that there was no economic development today, but each one of these can lend itself towards true economic development. And so again, all of you delegates who brought money home to your chapters, we will work with you and the Division of Economic Development on these viable projects to, again, be strategic in mind and to be purposeful in heart to bring in business and economic development to your chapters. I appreciate Delegate Freeland in your words. Set us on a path of building communities for our young people to return home one day. Again, true economic development will be needed to retain our people once they all come home. And so we know we want them to be, competitive. We also want them to be happy and a life fulfilled returning home. That's all of our dreams. All of our goals is to return home someday. Some now, sooner, more than ever. First, $714 million through the CARES, and now the almost $2 billion for ARPA. And let the work begin. We do need to bring our young ones home, but we also need to bring our professionals home as well. We are making other people, other regions, other municipalities, other tribes very rich. And now it's time that we start working on our Navajo Nation to become all that we can be. We continue to advocate, and we appreciate our veterans, every one of you out there. The new Veterans Service Organization, which was recently accredited by the federal VA. We appreciate our executive director.
Pull it out now.
So we will continue to build homes. We already have some homes that have been created, constructed, and veterans are living in those homes now. We just need to ramp up our production now. As you know, every project, every opportunity that the nation gets to spend money, when you do it on a mass scale, it becomes more economical. And so we're just on the cusp of unleashing those homes for our veterans and our elders as well. We continue to work hard for those elders. As I mentioned, we look to improve the senior centers across the Navajo Nation as we prepare to request $30 million for this important project. We always support our Navajo youth as well. President mentioned the SYEP, the Summer Youth Employment Program, where with the help of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we brought $4 million for our chapters to use to hire them during this summer for those summer youth projects and much more. It is our prayer that these youth will be enlightened and inspired in their own future career endeavors. And so we'll continue to gain the support and approval of the 24th Navajo Nation Council to allocate from the sales and $50 million for the scholarships for our Navajo students. So we also continue to mitigate COVID-19 and whatever that looks like in your region, in your agency, in your communities. We all bring our own mitigation efforts to the best of our ability. The leadership, we appreciate President Nez and his stellar and exemplary leadership in mitigating this virus. And what does it look like? What has it looked like in your own communities? We appreciate the prayers of our leadership, the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the executive branch, and also our judicial branch here. We are all witnessing a move of God here, protecting our people, the high vaccination rates, and the virus that's seemingly going away. But again, the new virus variation now that's out, continue to stay safe out there, all across the net here as we continue to see what the virus will look like in the next few months and the next few years. We're not out of the woods yet, and we'll continue to look for those opportunities in which to bring a stronger nation to our foothold and also to you all. And we'll continue to advocate at the highest level. President Nez, great relationship with Biden-Harris team, all of our cabinet members that are Navajos that are working in these high positions, they all are advocating for the advancement of the great Navajo nation. It is all hands on deck mentality here. And so we appreciate, again, all of you all and everything that you've done. Some of you may have contracted the virus, and you're the better for it, and you're stronger for it. And we also continue to lift up those that are long hauling, that have complications. Continue to pray for you. Continue to look for other funding that we're able to build out what healthcare looks like here. And so we appreciate also Dr. Jim, Executive Director of our Department of Navajo Health. We're going to continue to look for those external funding mechanisms that are out there, the 638s, and other grant funding and competitive funding, because we sure need more than what we just received. Again, we're thankful and we're grateful, but $2-3 billion does not cover closely what the needs of the Navajo Nation is. We'll continue to advocate for more funding that is going to be coming down. And so we look to continue to work with you all there at the 24th Navajo Nation Council. At this point, I just see my time is up, 20 minutes is up. I appreciate it, this opportunity again to just give our state of the nation and what it looks like here from the executive branch. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. President, Vice President. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go to the floor. Is there a motion? Motion by Honorable Halona. Second by Honorable Paul Begay. Any comments, questions at this time? Going twice. Oh, Madam Chair Crotty.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty. I requested to speak.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. We're having a delay over here. I just not see your name popped up on the screen. Madam Chair Crotty, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So for this report, in terms of what's missing from this report is because we could have different opinions, but we can't have different facts. On page 5 of the report, regards for plans for senior centers, there was no funding in the ARPA legislation for New Mexico senior center facilities. And that's right in the time where senior centers were being closed because OEH was finding discrepancies. Back in 2017, there was a comprehensive report provided. That's 5 years ago. We have known what the facility needs and how to move forward, and the New Mexico senior centers were left out. When it comes to Navajo Nation federal funds on how we address COVID, we cannot discriminate. We cannot pick and choose what communities or what people are going to be addressed. And that request was made at committee level to know what is the comprehensive approach when it comes to senior centers. In addition to some alternate facts or maybe opinions, and I would want a response, on page 7, when we talk about public safety and missing persons, this administration spends more energy on trying to co-opt what is being done by the families and the survivors and the advocates. The Danette Action Plan was signed 9 months ago. And in those 9 months, finally got everything together last week. But President, you need to respond. Why did you say at that meeting for our families not to call law enforcement and to deal with those issues at the home? Our people need leadership to recognize what is happening in their homes, and that when they call for help, they need law enforcement to respond. They need the Department of Social Services to respond. They need the resources that they need, and that is what they're calling for help. It is a disservice to tell our people, do not call law enforcement and handle it on your own. We have women, we have men, we have children who are being violated in their homes, who are being abused in their homes. We have to set up a way on how law enforcement can address that, and systemically, how do we create that continuum of care? I'm going to ask you, come over to Budget and Finance room right now. We're meeting with a family from Crown Point area. Their daughter was murdered June 11th. They're begging delegates, help us. Help us figure out what happened to our girl. What is going to happen to our grandchildren? We need to know from Department of Social Services. We need to know from criminal investigators. We need to know why IHS didn't notify the police department. They want justice. We cannot tell our families, do not call law enforcement. We need to tell our families, call law enforcement and we will be there for you. We will not forget about you. And when it comes to this tribal community response plan, that is not from the office of the First Lady and Second Lady. That is a federal initiative. And a tribal community response plan requires the community to be involved. It is not a top-down approach. You need to include the families. You need to include those advocates. You need to hear directly from them so they can keep you accountable for all the promises made and for all the resources that have not yet been able to help them. There is a condition of appropriation for a missing persons unit. Where is the Navajo Nation missing persons unit? You promised the families back in 2017. You line item vetoed that missing persons back in 2019 budget. In this past budget, you had until second quarter to develop that. We need to see that missing persons unit. We need to look at how is the Navajo Nation going to respond when there's a missing person. We spoke with our Utah relatives and they're frustrated. They're asking, how can we get state and county personnel to help us? They showed up.
And
then we were notified there was a letter from Department of Justice, Attorney General's office, telling that law enforcement, San Juan County, do not respond to Navajo Nation. We need a response. Our people deserve it. The lives matter. I need that response, Speaker. Please do not go to another delegate. I need the response from this administration to be accountable to our people.
Madam Chair, thank you. I don't have anybody in the queue right now, so I can't go to the president. So, Mr. President, for response.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. First of all, in regards to the senior center, we can turn that one down. You know, with the senior centers, there is an appropriation being developed right now, or an unmet need budget, so that we can address those facilities. Of course, there's $8.8 million for each delegate region that you can utilize for the senior centers. Some of those projects were taken out, but we are confident that some of the $8.8 million that were the legislation that was signed into law for each delegate region can help address not just senior centers, but for other priorities in those communities. And we are there for support. And, and then in terms of the missing persons unit, that is being developed by criminal investigator director Michael Henderson. And we just put into the Division of Public Safety budget, or proposing that unless it comes out again, $1 million for the missing persons unit and the PACE, or the Drug and Alcohol Task Force, so that we can address the alcohol and drug use here on our nation. We also put money into the prosecutor's office, proposing to have advocates that can help our people. That's where the tribal community response plan comes in, because the service providers have been coming together to develop this plan. What's the first thing that should be done when a missing persons happens? Getting out there and doing search and rescue. Also, response directly to the families with counseling, and to continue to follow up with those families. And our thoughts and prayers go out to the family that have lost a loved one, and all those have lost loved ones. We are making this move for a missing persons unit because right now the criminal investigators have to juggle major crimes and finding missing people. And so sometimes major crimes are a priority, because missing persons is very intensive, working with multiple jurisdictions, working with many partners. So developing a missing persons unit, we could hire a criminal investigator that solely is responsible for following up with the families and also missing persons. And Jesse Delmar, our public safety director, has been working with these families, has been giving updates with Director Henderson. Of course, there are some sensitive information because of possible court action. And that usually goes to the point of contact of the family. The resources that are being provided is a holistic approach to healing. You got to have the courts. Courts need to be open. You also need a division of Department of Behavioral Mental Health Services, the police department, and many others. And that's where the net action plan comes in. That has been worked on for many years. And we appreciate you sponsoring the bill. When I was the vice president, we were coming together to develop that plan. It took some time. And now it's legislated, and it will be able to bring in resources, grants, SAMHSA, and other federal agencies to the nation. And through the bipartisan infrastructure law, we're looking at those types of resources for mental and behavioral health with the Department of Health and the Division of Social Services. And then you mentioning that there's the TCRP resources that are being provided to that. Yeah, I agree. It's been getting the folks together, and First Lady has been facilitating those discussions. And I agree, it's not her plan. It's the Navajo People's Plan. It's not one particular council member's plan. It's the Navajo People's Plan, with the help of those resource providers that are working on finding our missing loved ones. So we also asked Department of Justice to be more attentive with some of these fundings that are available through the feds. And Vernon Jackson, our new chief prosecutor, has been doing a great job. We haven't had a chief prosecutor for some time. Of course, when it comes to the courts, that's another branch that we all have equal power on. You've got the legislative, you got us here at executive and judicial. And I agree that we need to continue to get those court buildings open so prosecution can happen for our Navajo people. And I want to say that Jesse Delmar has been giving updates to these families, and we'll be able to get Jesse to go and meet with the families once again. So thank you, Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Do you have anything to add, Vice President? All right, nothing to add. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Vice President, for the response. At this time, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue. Any other further comments or questions at this time? Vice Chair Smith.
Good afternoon, Speaker.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Vice Chair Smith, hold on, please. Madam Chair, good afternoon. What is your question of privilege?
Yes, Speaker. My question of privilege is to President Nez. I did invite him to come over to Budget and Finance to meet with the family of 2 murdered women from the Crown Point area. I did not hear a response. How is his administration helping the families of our murdered relatives?
There's a question, Mr. President, posed regarding a request that was stated. Well, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty did have her initial 5 minutes on the motion. Floor is yours, President.
Yeah, sorry about that, Speaker. Members of the council, we can get Director Henderson and Director Delmar, and we welcome you over to the office here to speak to the family after the SONA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. That, Vice Chair Smith, we'll go back to you.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Vice Chair Smith, hold on, please. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, good afternoon again. What is your question of privilege?
Yes, I did not hear where is this meeting taking place? What is the follow-up with Division Director Delmar and Director Henderson? We could walk over to the President's office right now. Thank you, Speaker. I need to know if that's an option.
With that, I do believe Mr. President did open his said to come over. Mr. President, maybe if you want to verify or reconfirm.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Crotty and members of the council. After the SONA, we are available to meet with the family here at the office and with Jesse and the Director for Criminal Investigations, Mr. Henderson.
Okay, thank you. That, let me go back to the floor. Vice Chair Smith, floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I forgot what I was going to say. So
point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Vice Chair Smith, hold on, please. Point of privilege, Madam Chair Crotty, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Did the president say he was going to meet with the families?
Let me go back to the president to clearly state what.
That's the request, Speaker. They're here listening on the speakerphone. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker and Delegate Crotty and members of the council and everyone that's on the call. After the State of the Navajo Nation address gets approved, we invite you and the family to come and join us with our division directors to talk with the family.
Thank you. That, Vice Chair Smith. Let me turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Speaker, and the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and those that are listening on. I appreciate the President's report. My train of thought left me with all the point of privilege, so I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
4 minutes and 45 seconds. Vice Chair Smith. That, moving on down. Honorable Vince James, good afternoon. Floor is yours.
Point of privilege, I had Shinale, Speaker. Oh yeah, Global Cho, Neila Honorable Raymond Smith. Point of privilege, named it. So with that, I had Shinale, other members of the council, other Sheikh Kahasi, so Kodo, then other big kitchen, Fagi. Iya, Hilan, on Ilan, the Tahiki, Kodon, his Hasnet, Lee. Kodon, advocating Leniki, the Nashet, Iya. Not President Nance, other Vice President, Kelnet, the Funtahiki Lizer, be there, I need a yarn, his last soul, Lat, Iya, in the Lee. Ado Nana, Hashid, A. Ado la agent had the ordinary do you get up at zero. What got a sergeant, in a high town, that whole G's Lee. Ado had your back down known that all caho. A call even natchet, in a decade in Leniki, Halid Ado, Ade, Nihin, but Nini Ado, Sato, Sad, Leniki Adobe. Iya haot read the land song fashion net ako sunat leniki ako. I hitin that is nesto. Iya nahat an leniki ni last so pa iya hit aho da ho ni chokot out be hata is we ako. Ako kote ni his last son hayan han na go. Hajo pa da no to. It Ado Nache de Ishkado, what on Hina has talk. A whole G's Lee Ado Ahanishon, the Aya Equadobe, Lati place suspension of the floor rules and send a done it Ado Okonana that Lee. The Lahit out Nahat an Lenny Salala, Nihis the last sword, but Jokot na desk kid or Lisa. Kodo dan Bishman Ane the Chio that is Ahida the height Ahoda Nahat an Leniki Besh Ahata so we the last so has Aniki Johnson the band says case a could ina Kiko na desh kidoli. Reserve my time here.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Vince James. 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Moving on down, Mr. President, I'm going to go to one more member of the council, and then I'll come back to you. Honorable Charlene So.
Good afternoon, Shaja. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, President Nez, Vice President Lizer D. Report ni lagi aro ishtanabel the Quishi as K Mahane Kullo aro dik at Anita Shada Yehat the Honorable Crotty. Ko a address to Shadet it could a missing and murdered Indigenous woman. She as Hugh you what's that could just shut up at the snow. Ella May Begay, Dik at Nana. I have a constituent and her niece, Seraphine Warren, that is walking across the United States to raise awareness and to get the attention of congressional members. Oishred Alban Sinkis, Adad Equa, the Khan Inwat, Adad Ibich, Kain Z and so, Dequa and Ahindelish Kilson so. I don't know, Kigona A, Nana Shanella, Honorable James Yehad Z. The last so adequate honey being this morning out of the question had the concerns questions ish quite all up on some kiss adult the Mr. Zwerline the veteran director in adult the nanish bainla according at sabic that the out of the question of Yada at Eta, the Quentin had Agi, the Yasi, the Anagi, of course, a height Alban Kiss, and so the questions and Ishlado less reserve time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Charlene. So, reserve time at 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm going to go back to President Nez. President Nez, floor is yours again.
All right. Thank you, Speaker and 24th Navajo Nation Council delegates, veterans. Comment by or question by Vince James, Delegate James. You know, we issued out a press release. I know a lot of the concern is about the shortfall. You know, when the start of the Veterans Act to today, there's been 5 amendments, and of that, you know, certain directives, certain changes in the budget have occurred, and when reconciled, there's a $2.8 million shortfall, and I did mentioned that we could take that 2.8 million, that would get the budget back to its original state, and it would be a one-time allocation to do that in the budget, because there's, as you know, $27 million above the $40 million that went into the budget for the Permanent Trust Fund 5-year expenditure plan. So a peso a 2.8 million a you could so a budget babajado at least additional hasti ado Western agency jida di na sos tra odashin atrapakaya di summer session Western no Eastern na a dan do bisyada eta so doi at so da need so kon he nasa lana danzen do shin babi got the change in nation to control in that kind. I just want to reiterate that not all the veterans see the legislation that's before the council as a solution. Western agency has opposed these legislation, so does Eastern, and many other veterans. And many of them are not coming to Window Rock, but they do share their concerns when we're out there in the communities. So I know it's a large veterans population of over 10,000. So not everybody was represented here today. But the solution is to cover that shortfall, and that's what we're proposing. That's what we support. And for Charlene So, you know, our thoughts and prayers go to the family of LMA Begay. We've met with them several times, including Jesse Delmar, including Mr. or Director Henderson, giving the families updates. We met with another family out of the Pinon area as well. And we are working on a solution to give families an update. But what's difficult is we can't just put all the families together because there's so much confidentiality of cases. And so that's where the missing persons unit comes in. If there's one person, a CI, dedicated to missing persons, families to give them updates. And so we just recently on Seraphine Warren's walk, we stopped by, you know, gave them some food, and also, you know, gave her an update and her family as well on that way, on the way to the nation's capital, our nation's capital. So it's just very difficult when there's not enough evidence or direction to find our loved ones. You know, since 1970s to today, it's probably like about 70 missing persons. And of those missing persons, surprisingly, majority of those missing people are men, or men. That's for Navajo Nation. So it's a different statistic here on the Navajo Nation. So when there are groups out there saying, what about the men? They are right. But of course, we're all Navajo, and we're doing our very best to work with other jurisdictions. Just recently, we posted a missing persons from Phoenix and helped them. All these missing persons that are on that poster are people who were missing from the Navajo Nation, that were living on the Navajo Nation. Of course, we know that there are many Navajos living off the Navajo Nation, and they become missing too. That statistic is going to take time to get, because many times they're identified or marked as Hispanic when they're really an Indian, Native American. And then on that note, people are categorized as Native American, but it doesn't have the tribe too. So in the 574 federally recognized tribes makes it difficult at times to develop our own data and our own information. But we are working on it, and we are developing this missing persons unit. So I thought I'd share that once again. Thank you for the questions, Delegate James and Delegate So. Anything to add? Okay, I'm turning time over to our Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Really, in our best, I guess, personal ability as leaders of the Navajo Nation to be empathetic and to respond. I think this is what we all wish we could do. But in any one moment of time, the difficulty in being there, like you are, being there to try to help move the tick of improvement, the tick of enhancement of public safety and advocacy for missing and murdered Indigenous women. I do understand, President, what he said, the confidentiality piece here, which is very difficult to understand in the present moment of need, of great need. And so because of these extenuating circumstances, we're all bound by something that we wish we could remove, release, especially as leaders. We want real-time action. And, the nation is so big, and I know you all have heard it before, you know, the nation's so large and the response time is very just, in this particular case, response time is crucial and it's very much needed, and yet we can't get it and the government to move as quick, but with more resources, more advocacy, I know we can improve the response of public safety, of the judicial, of all of us as leaders to be, I guess, present in the moment, present as far as empathy and the ability for us to be there. I'm struggling for a true exact response, other than everything I try to focus on is scripture, spiritual, you know, just like Job, when everything bad happened to him, his friends showed up and the nation showed up just to offer a shoulder, words of encouragement, prayer. And certainly that's what our people need at any one moment in time. So, but appreciate your leadership there, Delegate Pradi and Delegate So, and Mr. James there. You all are doing the advocacy that those families are seeking. And so we join you in that, and whatever we can as Office of the President, Vice President, the powers, the authority, the action that's needed, we aspire to be and to do all these things that our people need in one moment of time. So yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. We'll go ahead and go back to the floor. Do you have Honorable Stewart?
Point of privilege, Delegate James.
Honorable James?
Yes, Shanola Speaker and members of the council and my question was not answered by President Nez in regards to what was the reason for him not coming over or coming across the street to address our veterans with the concern and issues, and to at least share the information, what is stated in his report when it comes to the budget of the upcoming 2023 fiscal year. Let us be clear, there will be no shortfall or decreases in funding of the Navajo veterans. So that question is still unclear, and I would like an answer for our Navajo veterans that are listening, and for us to take home back to our Navajo veterans at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you. That, let me go ahead and go that question of privilege back to President.
Right. Thank you, Speaker and Delegate James and the Navajo Nation Council members. As I indicated, there will be no shortfall, and the solution would be to get the $2.8 million from our reserve, which is either from the $27 million or any other reserve that we have. And we'll make that budget whole for fiscal year 23. For fiscal year 22, everything is okay. But for fiscal year 23 is where there is a deficit. And to your question about why I wasn't out there, you know, I was presenting as well to the White House Council of Native American Affairs. There are many cabinet members that are part of that council. Deb Holland, Secretary Vilsack, and letting them know that we do still continue to need their help so that the processes here on Navajo could be streamlined. So these projects, these $1 billion projects, including housing for our veterans, and also water line and electricity can be done quickly. We need to address those federal law changes. And of course, we have to look at our own Navajo Nation laws to be changed so that these projects can get done before that 2-year deadline comes up. And so there's a lot of work, and that's what I was doing on behalf of the Navajo people so that these projects can get completed in a timely fashion. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, back to you.
Very much, Mr. President. With that, let me go back to the floor. I have Honorable Slater, Vice Chair Slater. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, the floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Mr. President, for the State of the Nation address. My request to you is to schedule a meeting as soon as possible regarding the Saley Wheatfields Revitalizing Agriculture Project. This project has been sitting in stasis for years now, and unfortunately, most of that has been during your administration. We really need clear direction from the Department of Water Resources and the Division of Natural Resources on how we can advance the project and the composition of the oversight of the funding and the delivery of it. To date, we haven't been able to have a comprehensive meeting that's resulted in action over this past year. And I appreciate DNR administratively assigning it to the Department of Water Resources, but it's been a black hole in terms of communication to both the Farm Board and the Water Users Association. We need to move forward on this. I know you're supportive of it, but we need action at this time. And then second, I'd ask that you push the Division of Transportation to get all the relevant information for Route 8070 so that it can be attached to the Apache County MOA in the next phase of projects that will be partnered with them. I believe the supervisors did not have enough information in order to accept that project, and you approved the funding for it after restoring it from line item veto in the previous administration for the Rock Point community. Speaker, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes and 23 seconds. We move on down. Honorable Keon Begay, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Speaker, reserve time, still developing the questions. Thank you.
Reserve time, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. Moving on down. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Elmer Begay going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Stewart. Good afternoon, Honorable Stewart. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Speaker. President Nez, the Vice President Lizer. President and Vice President, my question goes to the report on the Navajo Department of Health being directed to develop playbook for strategy Navajo Nation using event of future pandemics. In the first round of the pandemic that we did, there was a legislation that I had introduced requesting that there be this action taken as far as health and public health, rather, going to those areas of establishing for our employees, because at the time we had several employees that were fearful of their jobs and fearful of taking leave and whatnot at that time. During this time coming out, so there's still some employees that are faced with those. So some other the supervisors, program managers, within this Department of Health that are still giving employees a hard time. So is that going to be, I hope that's in the playbook to say that, that these individuals in these positions, they're not medical doctors. They don't have that expertise. Especially we go and ask our chapters and our programs and departments, even here at the council chambers, we take temperatures and whatnot. However, we still, as delegates, we still deal with our summer employees and our employees as well, who still get exposed, and our chapters are still closing down. But I want to encourage this to be more lenient into the fact that, to use our hospitals and our doctors or those official tests on that side to make sure that, the employees are given the opportunity to keep themselves safe, their families, and also other co-workers and supervisors that they have. That's just what I wanted to add in there on also legislation. So for the ARPO legislation, the legislations that are coming forth again, with for the veterans and whatnot. So I just want to and help us to get our veterans their wants and needs so that we can work together for them as well. And I know that we do have a good collaboration on both sides in certain areas. We ask each other, what needs to be done again. President and Vice President and the staff for helping on that side as well, what we need or what we ask for. So, and working together to make the government a better for the people out there, including our chapters. This time, speaker reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, thank you, Honorable Stewart. 1 minute and 34 seconds reserve time. Let me go back to you, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and the 24th Navajo Nation Council members. To Delegate Slater's question, yeah, we did have that schedule that Saley Wheat Fields $5 million farming initiative update scheduled for Friday of last week, but just then we had that signing ceremony. I appreciate you attending the Crown Point, attending and coming over to to this office to get updates. So what I was just told was that Friday at 9 a.m. we could do as a WebEx with your local chapter communities, and we'll have water resources and Division of Natural Resources there. And we did let Garrett know, maybe the same time. Garrett, if you hear us, same time, give Delegate Slater a update on 8070, Navajo Department of Transportation, Friday. So thank you for that question. Comments, Delegate Slater and Wilson. Delegate Stewart, thank you for honoring our past leaders by riding into Window Rock on horseback. Your question about Navajo Department of Health, Dr. Jill Jimsey, there's some rearranging going on there. I guess you can say many of our divisions are in the same predicament. Because of COVID-19, we offered early retirement. And because we offered early retirement, many of our senior staff took that opportunity. And so that left us with a void. And we are trying to make sure that we move employees around, and even if it's temporarily, to continue that direct services to our Navajo people in Department of Health. And as you know, Department of Health has aging program under there, and for our senior centers, Department of Behavioral mental health services. So there are some voids that we're working on right now, and an opportunity for those of our relatives that are watching or listening to come home and apply. There is over 1,000 positions that are open for employment. So I think this is an opportunity for some of our professionals to come home as well. And we appreciate Dr. Jill Jim being a part of the Biden-Harris administration COVID-19 response team. And because of that work, we are looking at developing this plan for not just for our Navajo Nation employees, but also for the Navajo Nation of what we learned, lessons learned right throughout the pandemic, utilizing some of the same regulations and policies that we put in place, just in case there's another, but we have to plan ahead in any future viruses that come to the Navajo Nation. And once developed, we will present that to leadership. And of course, the personnel, Navajo Nation employees will be a part of those discussions. So thank you, Speaker, Vice President. Anything else to add?
Yes, Mr. President. Yeah, thank you. I guess just adding that November is I think it's November 11th is Veterans Day here, but just something that came to me is that maybe in November we can have the Navajo Nation train some of our Navajo veterans, and that we could designate November as our Navajo National Hire Navajo Veterans Day, Veteran Month, Nation for the bill for training and offering courses for certification, whatever line of work that they're in. So just an idea of maybe one or two or many of you delegates would love to help spearhead this year for us. Again, November, Hire a Navajo Veteran Month might be something to help push that forward. And then also to Delegate Stewart, thank you for your invite to the ride, to meet with your trail riders. I wasn't here, I was attending the National Indian Health Board strategic planning meeting. So again, would have loved to have been there and met with you all and maybe rode a few miles. But thank you for the invitation as well. So that is all I have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you. Then we go ahead and go back to the floor. This time, colleagues, any other further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? Honorable Brown, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Shananta, let me look for my charger here. It says my battery is really low. Let me see. Ayat nano yeah Shananta kwe launch santani ado cancer tani Kwege ya lada bikia de shido and need and I was with the families across here at in the Budget and Finance Committee. Sitting in there, it's really difficult and challenging to listen to our people when they talk about their missing and murdered. And the same that has happened to me, the violence. And this council, ourselves, and all hands on deck, just last week, attending with many families and the violence that is going on out there, the issues with bootlegging, drugs. Our people do not feel safe. I show up on 18. Although Queggy, also wanted to know, President, if you do support Mr. Orlando Teller for the Deputy Assistant Secretary to the Assistant Secretary for the Office of the Tribal Government Affair with the USDOT. Mr. Teller is doing a wonderful job on behalf of not just Navajo, but all Indigenous people. I'm really highlighting some of the deficits. Again, it's with the knowing, having driven the roads and living the conditions on the Navajo Nation is really important to bring that to a national level. The continued support with ARPA dollars with Navajo-owned businesses. I do hear a lot of concerns from our Navajo businesses. Many studies and research show that it is these small businesses that who are the backbone of the United States. And I see that true on the Navajo Nation. If you go to different parts of the Navajo Nation, on Wednesdays, it's in Kayenta at the outside flea market. On Saturdays, you see a lot of people are Navajo vendors in Shiprock and Gallup. On Fridays in Tuba City and Chinle. And you see our Navajo people who are entrepreneurs. They just want a piece of some of that money that's rightfully theirs also. That we support our Navajo-owned businesses and also Navajo-owned nonprofits. You see this happening and out there, how, the different organizations, different groups of people supporting each other. And the other thing was, meeting with our summer youth students with the 3 chapters in Chichimbito, Danohotsodo, Twidanishtje. A lot of really good concerns that they bring up, which is, public safety, the trash problem throughout the Navajo Nation. The other question that I have for you, President, is I understand that you have about 7 to 8 of your staff running for public office, including council delegate, chapter officials. In your opinion, is it ethical to have them still be employed, to be paid with our Navajo people's money, and that they also help campaign for you? Do you think that is ethical? And then a speaker, let me save the rest of my time. Thank you. Reserve.
That reserve time at 46 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Good afternoon, Honorable Yellowhair.
Hello, good afternoon, Speaker of Navajo Nation Council, not 24th Navajo Nation Council. How does it not worship ne? And the Croatia start of the Nation Crab, like by Hill, she's not us. They could out on a kid, not the kid on this. A database is not seen. Sheba Henson could all your report. Very and hold era. August 2021 the legislation the last grade 80, 31, grade is the great Ashley White Valley between Pinion to Heart Drop. Itan, got 48 years in fact, because the night as a teen, cut as it says, as a Yego, not a teen, I think a teen, as it's over here to cover over here, it also says, I don't know that is so. They are the Christian is not us. At Silco, yeah, would like to meet with you and your staff, and also a DOT too. A bandit in some. Based on the we just need to hear the results. Not us. Bandit in the way, just in the minimal waterline project or area. They are some based on the Halorane, according to Jason John, I don't know, the Canada Shinaki. Dr. Lil Heto, Mr. David Donald. We need to have this meeting. This meeting is very important. The budget is in the 20 Yeni, yeah, it's 20 and then they need water line. This is only hit out in 8,000. You buy your sticky. You have a 24 consummate out in call and his last. Okay, and it's now dealing with never deal this year. Honorable Navajo Nation President, I'd like to reserve my time to the speaker.
That you'll hear 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and go back to Mr. President. Mr. President, floor is yours.
Right. Thank you again, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and the questions and the comments that were posed. Delegate Brown, I alluded to the Drug and Alcohol Task Force that was reestablished under our administration. Now it's called PACE. That's been doing, following up and doing raids on bootleggers and also drug dealers. And we are looking at the courts to file those complaints. I know the prosecutor is doing everything in his power, their power, to move these either to Navajo Nation courts or federal court. And it's been, there have been many busts that have happened here on the Navajo Nation to push back on illegal sales of substances. Traffic enforcement is out there too, and I want to say a special thank you to that team at the police department. They've been on the highways that was reestablished as well, and catching speeders and DUIs, those that are under the influences of drugs or alcohol, and getting them off our roads. So I appreciate the police officers, and we just recently graduated 10 more officers, 2 women and 8 men that are going to be stationed in various police departments throughout the Navajo Nation. Orlando Teller, we had a meeting with him. He's been a great advocate for the Navajo Nation. We supported many of our Navajo young people to be appointed to these positions, including just recently Rosalind So for the IHS director. And Orlando and his work, we've been able to meet with Secretary Buttigieg to talk about how we can streamline the process and to also look at reevaluating the mining laws here on Navajo or in Indian country and trust land. It shouldn't take $33 million to pave 10 plus miles of road. It's because of The material has to come from somewhere. The gravel, the burrow, the sand and gravel. If we had our own gravel pit just next to a project, just imagine how much more miles we could pave. And I appreciate Mr. Teller for facilitating those discussions and giving us technical assistance with Garrett Silversmith. The businesses, yes, we're looking at supporting, once again, the small businesses. I think with the signing of the $1 billion, it gives an opportunity. And I've been challenging our professionals off the Navajo Nation. Some have been carpenters and plumbers, iron workers, and many other types of professions are working and building homes and skyscrapers and buildings for other people. With the $1 billion sign, we get to bring them home, but of course, encourage them to create their own business here on Navajo so that they can bid on these contracts that are going to be coming up. We look forward to that happening as well. And I just wanted to also say that I visited the Tuba City summer employees too. Pax Harvey was there. It was great to see Pax facilitate a discussion on getting these young people equipped for college or even life with financial literacy training, letting them know that there's support from various programs, including the local chapter, on dollars for school. And it is quite inspiring to see our young people working out. I was a summer youth many, many years ago as well. Your question about volunteering for campaigns, I think all of us, me included, and council delegates, we get paid by from the Navajo people. And there's really not much question about us campaigning, but for Navajo Nation employees, at least for our shop over here, they turn in leave slips and they're doing their campaigning on their own or helping volunteer. And so that's the process that Dr. James Davis put in place with the help of Dr. Perfilia Fowler, so that we let the people know that our campaign is not using government money and using our own personal vehicles and making sure that everybody knows the policies, even for political appointees. Delegate Jimmy Yeller here. We were out campaigning out in your area this past weekend. I think I told N8031 update 5 times in the 5 stops that we were at, that because of the supply chain shortage, some of these projects are really going slow. Culverts are hard to find, material as well. Of course, the gas is just, it's high. The price is high for gas, fuel. But we are looking at meeting with you on that, and then the mini mules project. The mini mules project is on the SDS list. See, one of the discussions that didn't take place much for the Navajo people to know is that there has been over $1 billion that went to the IHS as well. And some of that is for water and wastewater projects. It wasn't a part of this $1 billion. So there's going to be a lot of coordination happening. Make sure that we get the most out of these dollars, planning wise, stretch the dollars. And Mr. McDonald, NECA, Paulson and our division directors are meeting almost every day to make sure that those coordination efforts are happening. One thing, again, that slows us down is this supply chain issue. You know, we're kind of late in the game of the ARPA projects, and so we got to wait. One example is the Delcom Medical Center. There's some material that's not available now, and it's going to take months. And so we wait for that, those materials to get there, those supplies. Slows us down. So thank you, Speaker and Vice President. Anything to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President.
Speaker, point
real
of
quick,
Delegate Crotty.
I think it was Delegate Brown. Your thoughts are always good, and I think we always talk about economic development, especially for your region, but extrapolate that out to the whole Navajo Nation. You know, we must work together to develop these great ideas to advance them and continue our plan for collaborative, forward thinking, outside the box. Really, you know, directing our focus to commercial infrastructure. That's really where I think. All right,
everybody in the OPVP room, hold on, please. Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, hold on real quick. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, was that a question of privilege?
Yeah, a point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege. Go ahead, Madam Chair. Amber Crotty, good afternoon.
Yes, thank you, Speaker and colleagues. My point of privilege is I'd like to get more information on the Shiprock shelter. Currently, that shelter has been closed for a few months. And it seems that it's taking anywhere from 6 to 9 months to hire advocates. I need information on what is the plan to reopen that shelter. There's also the second part of this point of privilege is the plan to pay the Department of Social Services workers who are currently not receiving a paycheck. There's also been an incident in Northern Agency. And what is the plan to keep our Department of Social Services workers safe, as there's been an incident where law enforcement was needed to be called to help, I would say, rescue those workers from Department of Social Services. I would like information, Speaker, on the status of our children that are in all of the different children homes across Navajo Nation and beyond. There's reports that children, our Navajo children, are not being looked upon or checked on by the Department of Social Services. There's a report that Navajo children were left at Howan Hajone, and for 3 months, Navajo Nation did not check on those children. I'd like an updated report on the status of the Navajo Nation Women's Commission. We have not had commissioners be appointed. I would need that update, as they would give guidance to this council on how to address some of these chronic issues across Navajo Nation. And I would need an update on regarding our child advocacy centers. As we look at the data, we're seeing more and more of our children are being victims of violence and sexual cases. Speaker, we're working directly with the families, and this is their request. Thank you, Speaker.
Point of privilege to get that information, Mr. President. I know that's a lot of information that you might have to work together to get with your team members, but I'm going to turn the floor back over to you, get that information and a response. Mr. Vice President, I know we cut you off. I'll go back to you, Mr. Vice President, and if there's anything to add on, I'll go back to you, Mr. President. Mr. Vice President? Mr. Vice President, you might have to press *6. Are you there? You go.
Turn my speaker on. Yes, thank you. By all means here, and it really is addressing Nate Brown, Delegate Nate Brown's point, and this kind of speaks to all of our, even Delegate Crotty's comments there, and chronic issues. We do have a lot. I acknowledge that, a lot of chronic issues, and one of the things that I've always advocated for was a stronger, robust economic development piece here. And we do continue to work with you, Delegate Brown. You've always asked to spur along these economic development projects, and we need to continue to think outside the box here for a lot of these here, because it does enhance the overall, life enhancement for the Navajo Nation, but also can aid by raising more tax revenue, some of those responses. And then you all, working with the 24th and the next council session could also be creating new policy, new legislation on how to work with all of the executive branch departments and divisions on how to bring about this change that we're all wanting to see. So it trickles down, and it does affect our people all across the Netra here. And we do want to see our lives improved. And so we all, part of the leadership platform mechanism, call it what you may, have various answers within our own realm of authority and oversight. So we need to continue to work together to bring about the change that we all see. So I just wanted to make a comment for the record. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Go back to Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Speaker, members of the council, and appreciate Vice President's work and leading the economic recovery work group. There was no appropriation for economic development in the $1 billion ARPA bill, but we are going to be submitting an economic development proposal for consideration. I just wanted to say thanks to our Vice President for that. And then for the funding, we're working with our congressional delegation right now. Earmarks are back, or I forget what they call it now, special funding for projects or something like that, I forget. But our lawmakers have successfully put into the fiscal year 23 labor, health, and human services, education and related agency, includes funding to finish off the Shiprock home for women and children, the DV facility that's not complete, and some funding to Tuba City as well, domestic violence emergency shelter. We are working tirelessly on getting our congressional delegations to see some of those additional needs, including the state. We're looking at the support from our governor from the state of New Mexico for senior centers. The House Bill 2 appropriated funding to the senior center programs in the state of New Mexico. So we're looking forward to Division of Community Development, Department of Health, working with Indian Affairs on improving the facilities and getting food and other supplies to those senior centers in New Mexico, because those are the New Mexico chapters. So thank you. Speaker Damon.
Thank you very much. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Otto So at this time. Honorable Otto So. Mr.
Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I say I say so so ARPA be gonna former beneficiaries we know that that discussion came off of legislation 257, but we appreciate you signing that aspect with our advocacy from the Navajo Hopi Land Commission for that purpose is a very we really appreciate it, because this eight chapters the Navajo one with the advocacy there at the floor. I believe the discussion was at Twin Arrows. I'm very happy that you heard us and the community members in the Western Agency pending within the former beneficiaries. The other is that the Navajo Hopi Land Commission has expedited the releasement of the escrow funds. Today, to the city, Tonalea, I believe it's Gap and Loop, received their the former beneficiaries escrow fund releasement dollars, the certified chapters. And I urge the administration to proceed with releasing the rest of the escrow dollars for the non-certified chapters, so they could use those dollars at the local level so that they can help those people. The reason why I say this is that with my chapter, we received the chapter received the escrow check on July 6, 2022, day before my chapter meeting. So it will help some people. You watch it. For now, and I reserve my time. Thank you.
Okay, with that, 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time?
Hey.
Did
I'll give a good too.
Okay, with that, Honorable Elmer Begay and then Honorable Eugene So.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with the point of privilege.
Begay and Eugene So. Madam Chair Crotty, good afternoon. What is your point of privilege?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. If we could read the point of privilege from our rules. My understanding is I should receive that information that was requested.
You'll receive the information as much as to the best of their ability, the individual you're asking it to. And I do believe the President responded, but you can go back to that point of privilege, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. So in your reflection, what did you hear? What did the President say to respond to those questions?
I do believe at the end he was talking something about the additional resources they're working on for the facilities across the nation. And I do believe that was it.
Okay, Speaker. So just to reiterate, the questions were regarding the Shiprock shelter and it being closed, yes, and not being able to hire advocates for 6 to 9 months, no pay for the Division of Social Services and their employees who had to have a law enforcement intervention to make sure they were in a safe environment, our children across Navajo Nation, including the report by family that their children were not looked on by social services at Hawaan Hajone for at least 3 months. The status of Navajo Nation's Women's Commission, as they have the authority to make recommendations to this council, and the update on Navajo Nation child advocacy to address the violence that our children are facing, which includes sexual violence.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I did not hear a response from President Nez or Vice President Leiser. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, so Madam Chair, to raise that again on this point of privilege, I'm going to go back to the President, see if there's a further response. Mr. President?
Mr. Speaker, members of the council, will submit a written document to delegate body. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, thank you. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Honorable Elmer Begay, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, the Speaker. And the members of the Navajo Nation Council. Other people that are on the line, though. Yeah, though you take on. I don't President Linda Asitsudo Sita. I don't Vice President. Though. Good afternoon. My question is going directly to housing that development under the ARPA funding that was mentioned. That because understanding that it's going to be $50 million for veterans and $50 million for chapters for housing, and then $35 million for manufacture of a car. Because on that manufacture of the mini vehicle, we know that understanding that there's going to be at least three manufacturers that's going to be making homes. How can you? We at the beginning we already asked a question to see to give us a plan between. And we know that we have some builders, contractors out on the reservation. And you mentioned that if it's local, it would save money. So these people will have a lot of local contractors. And then if we're going to be doing the manufacturers, I don't know who's going to be there. Understand that it can be some of the native builders or under the brine coal. We kind of heard that they're going to be doing that. Manufacturers, meaning that all the money will be going to the manufacturers. And then when it comes down to putting these prefabs together at the local, it's going to take about only a few days to put it up. Local contractors and local people here, they're not going to get any funding for that. Any kind of funds for the construction hired or the second piece. They're not going to make it. Do you think you can give us a plan between the advantages and disadvantages of local hiring local and then hiring the manufacturer? Do you think you can give us that plan? Thank you.
Thank you very much with that. Let me go ahead and go on to Honorable Eugene So at this time. And then I'll go back to you, Mr. President. Honorable Eugene So.
Hey, Honorable Sustainment. Thanks a lot for controlling us all these 3.5 years. I don't the President, the Vice President, share. Please condition the words that may be. Now, so then you can't in live about it and you can patronate them. They share. I don't the call, the shin does, she don't the hand does, she share, you can't touch. Say, yeah, this is the yarn having a sat either, so not in the cradle of an case of President. I feel that in these kind of reports, that we as council delegate should not be asking all these sorts of questions. Instead, have an open meeting now and then with you would be better. You know, instead of let the whole world listen to what we're not accomplishing or what we're not doing or etc. Or be a high in the or it's a very the don't even they crap in the don't later. It's just I don't know who we're going to stop. We're adults now. That's how I see it. As you're on in I don't door. Great handy cut on shifting the I don't agree. Linda has it at each chapter. We can talk about what we have done there, so maybe we can take care of it that way. Did I don't know. I thought the man state and has a state that the men songs and bananas case. That's how I see this kind of a questioning and trying to see what how we can put each other down or put each other up or etc. Also space data where everything's there's a lot of information that's going out about how we feel about one another as a government. Okay, and I guess I can ask other questions in my point of prisoners too, if I want to. But then has also question not so when we run out of time, we use that one and start going at it. But I think, President, I would really like to encourage for us, the council delegate, to have an open door conversation with you regards to our chapter, so we can plan together instead of away from each other. What else is space aid? It seems that during the election, I need a hope and she not what the dish need that. What need such a nonsense. Sometimes I feel that way. I think my time is running out, but right now I just feel that with sustainment. I see how our government is and how we question one another in front of everybody in the whole world. That's not me. They don't be has other system. They don't know the system. I usually know how we need up so then I don't understand honey gender party he cut over for party. I thought Hashing and some has the now bit so interview can always ask for a special session. Yeah, he thought never not be right. I did no they go has just the I did I think not that see you the such so that what the way you should assume that is one that I don't deck she should that and rich and leading it out of it and Berlin on this that is to one that turns it down. I try not hurt out of that deal, yeah. So all your own has that president on Habanson case. So I think we should have more of an open door.
Honorable Gene, so we stopped your time at 46 seconds. Are you still there? Honorable Gene, so there's time at 46 seconds. Let me go ahead and go back to Mr. President. Mr. President, Vice President, there's a response at this time. I'll turn the floor back over to you.
All right. Thank you, Speaker, again. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Delegate Oto So, thank you for your work as well, for being the chair of the Navajo Land Commission Office. And you're correct, working with your committee and Executive Director Robert Black Jr., we were able to develop a proposal for housing renovation for the former Bennett Freeze area. And to the point that was mentioned by Delegate Begay and the ARPA for housing. See, there's housing for former Benner Freeze area, 15.5. Then on top of that, there's $130 million again. And you break that down, 50 million for veterans, 50 million for housing for those that are in need, or elderly, or most vulnerable population. Then 30 million for housing manufacturing facilities. Right now, we're proposing 3. One in Tuba City, Curly Valley, and that's to the point Delegate Otoso was mentioning. The other is in Crown Point, and another one there at the Pinta Road. And if those don't work out, you know, we're always open to hear where there's land availability. When we were talking about this on the onset, I asked if there was any land available, and these were the places that jumped to it. And so we are doing those assessments for the housing manufacturing facility. Also, the relocatee fund was approved by the former Bennett Freeze area for those relocatees that have moved off the nation. And we look forward to helping those individuals, and even going as far as 2nd and 3rd generation. But of course, the amount determines that. So appreciate Delegate Delegate Elmer Begay, meeting with the speaker, the chief of staff, and the division directors. And it's been happening already, right? Even before the bill was signed, Friday it was signed, but even then they were starting to prepare the plan on working with NECA, working with IHS, beginning to look at ways to order the supplies and the materials that are hard to find. And so we're using that network with NECA and Indian Health Services to see if we can get some of those finite supplies so we can begin to develop those projects. Of course, for the over 8 million that went to the delegate regions, you and the communities determine how will that be spent, and developing a fund management plan for that. And I appreciate delegates coming to our office already and asking for guidance from Division of Community Development. Thank you, Dr. Pearl Yellowman, for working with the delegates. And to Eugene So's point, we've always had an open door policy here. And we've met many of you in your local communities on the onset, having meetings, talking about ARPA, how to submit it through the portal, the projects. And, we were there in Delegate So's community when we were talking about, or when the berm was fixed. Dr. Jumbo Finch, their president, I thought did a great job in getting us all together. The berms were put up, but now the question is, what happened to the agriculture? Because we just mitigated it, emergency, so that flooding won't happen to those homes in the Chinle Wash area. But of course, the long term is to reestablish the fields there in Chinle. And that will take some time. I appreciate your leadership, getting everybody together. And back to Delegate Elmer Begay's question about who will get these contracts. It's not a for sure thing. We because of the concerns of the council, we amended that provision. Remember, monies will go directly to NTUA. We said DCD will be responsible for being that, if you want to call it, fiscal agent to contract these projects out. That way it opens the door for other utility companies to do some of these projects. And the same thing goes for Navajo businesses out there. You know, of course, we want our enterprises to get the job, but I think there's plenty of work to spread around. And with your help and Division of Community Development, we'll be able to get those contracts expedited and get these projects done quickly for our Navajo people. So let me give some time over to our Vice President to talk more about businesses.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, and one thing, Delegate Begay, what you spoke about in the homes there, you know, there is a lot, $145.5 million for homes in the varying regions and for various segments. So a lot of homes to be built, and yet we're looking at perhaps dwindling performance from that money because of the cost of raw materials and materials right now. As you heard, this present time inflation rising, and the cost of work is almost doubling as we speak. So the longer we delayed this budget implementation for ARPA, the $1.07 billion, the more that we encroached cost escalation, which just isn't beneficial for us, knowing our need. So, but at that, in the spirit of collaboration, in the spirit of seeking cost reduction, you know, we've had some of those meetings with those companies out there that can build homes that are scalable. And by volume, these homes could be brought down, the cost of these homes could be brought down. So we did do one with the Tuba City Veterans Home. It was a pilot project, and it didn't prove as beneficial to develop here on Navajo. But with that spirit of ingenuity, so to speak, you know, we're talking with engineers who can fashion concrete maybe just as good or better than Portland cement that we find so expensive right now. What with fly ash and lime being a rising cost material for construction, there's alternative forms of cement mixture engineered with local soil. And again, it's been tested and shown and proven to be just as good or even better than Portland cement that we would buy from a cement mixing company that has to travel literally hundreds of miles round trip, thus multiplying the cost of homes in these foundations. But again, in the spirit of seeking these cost reductions, there are some wins, I believe, that are still obtainable. We need to look at those perhaps companies that are struggling right now, and by virtue of working with CPMD and you know, even our FRF office, find those companies that are looking to sell, because they already have these presses for SIPS panels and whatnot. And again, maybe pennies on the dollar if they're looking to get out of the industry. There's still some ability for the Navajo Nation to come out ahead in this. Again, we need 10,000 homes, and we needed them yesterday. I believe that we still have opportunity here. So we want to continue to look in this arena and this segment here. I believe there's still victories that we can seek to bring on. And also to Delegate Eugene Self, the FRF office and the Division of Community Development are directed to work with the delegates to put together plans for the $8.8 million per delegate region. So there will be opportunities for more collaboration. And speaking of that, there's also those economic development projects that are being touted. That are viable within our Division of Economic Development. There's those as well for those areas, those communities and chapters that have a project that's ready to go. And again, with your money, every delegate that you brought to your region here, I think in the spirit of collaboration again, where we put our minds together. And as I think many of us have said, all hands on deck mentality. And Eugene. So, delegates, so, we have and we do always have our door open for this collaboration. Recently speaking with you in Shiprock at the fireworks show, we'll take any and all opportunities to speak with our delegates. And so, again, it goes without saying, we're all in this together, and we can put our collective minds, the brain trust of the Navajo Nation together to eke out small victories here and there for the benefit of our people. Yeah, thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and go back then to the floor. You have Honorable Chairman Rick Nez, the queue, and then Honorable Paul Begay. Chairman Rick Nez, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Damon. So Anna, Honorable President Nez, Honorable Vice President Lizer, Yate, Anna Senike, and the Benda do Hoste. We rode to the council chambers, and then we had our veterans express their concerns. But one hit the Edo net and cannot auto at the Nico and the date, and then head out Nisatano. I suppose I became Chico. Nicha had I see a core. Ne, a question. They Kishi shot you, Nesto had the national Danson. A koi, the last job and Asia is a housing Winson. Haleta also the last job in Lanson. We have 4 council members on the council who are veterans as well, and all 4 of us support our veterans. Of course, Honorable President Nez. Actually, you were on the phone this morning, Jordan. Need a Heinze. Yes, because the last show, the shortfall, and that the executive director and then I said to what that the Noya, the Ben Khaled Alia, La Pega, Hate Arashabache, Hans, everything that is Ikish Ashpers and Navajo culture. Hoda, Ben and dish kitchen and then get Honorable President Nez or National Hoda Nesta no Nesala. So I see Yahada has the and Speaker Dame, I'd like to give the rest of my time to Shamayaja, Honorable Chair Amber Kennesbaugh Crotty. Thank you.
Thank you. That, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty. She's on the line. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going twice. Madam Chair, Amber Crotty going 3 times. 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Okay, with that, we're on down. Honorable Paul Begay.
Thank you, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate the time. Speaker, Honorable Speaker Damon, members of the 24th Council, ADO staff. Thank you, ADO, Mr. President Naz, Vice President Lizer. Appreciate your report.
ado yego ya ba shensen di yo kasi na gaya di sozo ya askan he pretzel a couple days ago in hina the ARPA fundaki sabe tan hoti ta be hadriya yen be la lin ko a hoso go ne ya ba ta hoso ko ko ego ya ata ya ko ebe yisi ba shensen I should say that the chair also did Homer Bennett Freeze. I see Bahayos Nahnal and Shikodo Aden the Washington don't so we always just talk about the 50 years of not being able to even close a gap in our door. It's nature by hotching or hotel or conza holgi. A share by Henson, Slat after the meal over on Ashni, a consoko a nature, Kodako, Yego Shea, you should the nay a car or what. Ado Ado thought the way I don't know how concentrate a whole other area, other so I like to thank the speaker and his chief of staff, Shirlene Yazzie. Also, the great job that the PR department has done, Al Ray and his crew, in making it come to light all the issues surrounding the Antelope Point Marina issue. The Antelope Point Marina, the and he marina go at all hayido but husband. I don't delegate that no workshop on see Koiko. They had a work session over there and they were very I believe with what they saw. Other than the issues that pertain to that water level kwani sigi halit that is nisin hit kodot nani lingi. What do we do the nation side? I don't the quadrilateral agreement is no longer existence, but in that agreement it says Navajo Nation, though National Park Service, I think not what they're going to work on. If there's infrastructure, repair, maintenance, somewhere back 100 National Park Service, Antelope Point Holdings. I believe their lease also expires pretty soon. But Antelope Point Holding has been requesting via email and letter to the National Park Service access from the land to the marina, the floating marina, access access we can repair that so that we can be able to retrieve and also launch the boats down. All those requests have been rejected by the National Park Service. It's all quite a work session that's the at the state level, out of federal level. Mr. President, no Vice President, let's work together and do something and send a Washington and sit down with the Department of Interior and work out some of these issues. Quadrilateral agreement also pertains to that parcel fee. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, Let me go ahead and go back to you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Speaker. And again, thank you, members of the Navajo Nation Council. Delegate Rick Nez, you too, we appreciate you coming into Window Rock to our Navajo Nation Council, honoring our leaders and on horseback. So, yeah, Dini do the Chairman Nez. And Hido, we have Yitzalau, so the Halon Kundadnish, surrounded by veterans at the Office of President and Vice President. I got 5 veterans that are executive staff assistants. And then our cabinet members, 4 of them are veterans as well. And so we appreciate their service, all our warriors' services for our nation, our Navajo Nation. And I know I did get correspondence saying that where are those resolutions of opposition? And I think our staff sent those out to the council members, opposition from Western and Eastern, that were sent to our office. And in terms of our division director for veterans, Jim Zerline, of course, I don't have to remind everyone that Mr. Zorline is married to Navajo, married to Marie Zorline for over 17 years, a Navajo woman veteran. Have 2 children, 2 Navajo children. One's a senior and one's a freshman in high school. And so talking about way of life, teaching, you know, who has all the knowledge about our way of life teaching? I don't think not one of us does. But living with his wife, he knows what's happening here on the Navajo Nation and what's happening to our veterans. And that was one of the reasons why we appointed him. One of the focus that we had at the onset of this administration was enough of the talk. Just get it done. And I agree with you that that's what we hear all the time. And so I hope the actions of Mr. Zerline and our administration shows that we are committed to our veterans, you know. With the help of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, we were able to revamp, including the delegates, revamp the housing trust fund policies. I mean, all that audits, all that time, it's just been sitting there. And with the help of not just Jim Zerline, but all of us, we were able to restructure the policy. And now we're building veterans homes. I know it's just 3. But with this approval Friday of the $1 billion, there's $50 million right there for our veterans. And a veteran in Tuba City, Vietnam veteran, received a home. Another one in Red Mesa, Tisnes Bus area, a Korean War veteran. And another one being built right now in Cove, Red Valley. So his commitment is there. His heart is there for the Navajo people because he has a wife and he has Navajo children. You know, and we just need to embrace, you know, those that want to help the Navajo people. You know, at times it goes beyond just telling the Veterans Administration that they need to do more. There are some that oversteps into more, even as far as discrimination. we all have some relatives that are not Navajo. And I'm sure at times they may feel the same. And that's not what we want. We don't want any of this reverse discrimination, even reverse racism here on Navajo. We need to see the person for who he is. And this individual, Jay-Z, has done a lot and has also brought a designation to the Navajo Nation where benefits can be done here on Navajo with our the veteran staff. All the positions but 6 are full all across the Navajo Nation. And that contributes to Jim Zerline's leadership. And so if there's some veterans out there that want to help, we do have 6 vacancies to get a glimpse of what needs to be done even more in our communities for our warriors. And I appreciate that question, Chairman Ness. Paul Begay, Delegate Paul Begay. Oh, let me just say there had, ever since that delegation, 151 new claims since May 2nd with the federal accreditation. And I applaud the VA staff, Navajo Nation veteran staff for doing an outstanding job for the veterans. And of course, the Veterans Advisory Council is there to help guide in those decisions and give us guidance, leadership guidance. Delegate Paul Begay, we appreciate you really being the champion for the Twin group that has been raising the awareness of what's happening there at Antelope Marina. Leonard Sosi helping from our office, being a part of those discussions. We've been able to raise this to Secretary Holland, and we look forward to having a meeting specifically on the Antelope Marina and that whole region. As we know that the water is lessening, there's even a projection saying that next year we're going to go below a certain point where electricity cannot be made there at Lake Powell and even Glen Canyon. But we'll see. We pray for the rain and we pray for the snow this winter to get that water level back up. And so with that said, I appreciate those questions. And, you know, back to Mr. Zerline, you know, he's one of us. You can call him an in-law, but he's one of us. 17 years here with one of our very own Navajo. And I know that there's some people out there who'll say, is she related to you? No, there's no relations to Mrs. Z. But I know the family has a heart for the Navajo people. So thank you, Speaker Damon, members of the council. Let me turn the time over to our Vice President here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just wanted to address Delegate Bobby Gay. And then before that, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Rick Nez, on your question. We do support the veterans, all our veterans. And so we continue to advocate for them at the highest level here at the Office of the President, Vice President, as long as with our 24th Navajo Nation Council. So we appreciate your leadership as well. But to Delegate Paul Biguet's question and charge, if you will, about the Antelope Point, it has been a topic of discussion here that we fully support. Having recently met with Wizzy Pan Little Elk, the Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs, this is on his office's radar, and I know many of you all have had your meetings as well, President, having just met with Secretary Holland as well on this very subject. The need to get a quadrilateral agreement, and if none can be ascertained here, definitely the need to continue to advocate for the channel or the boundary to be moved to the mid-channel, where we would always have a boundary and always be able to develop 160 miles of shoreline. We need to get to that point. This is where the Navajo Nation, along with your leadership there, all 24 Navajo Nation Council delegates, to assert our authority here. That is our border, that is our water, it's ours to develop, and we need to assert our authority there here. And I believe we'll be fruitful, and we continue to want to work a new lease here as the old one has expired. And I think it's in all of our best interests to develop everything there from the get-go, the hotel and the RVs there, and there's a new opportunity for houseboat manufacturing. So there are no houseboats manufactured west of the Mississippi. So, you know, again, an opportunity for the Navajo Nation to be the leader in this regard here. So I just see opportunity out there in a lot of different things. And so again, I charge you all, along with the Office of the President, Vice President here, that let's use our authority and let's make this happen here. We need to assert ourselves here in that region. And so we appreciate it. Thank you, Delegate Paul Biguet. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, just a real quick update. I think the reason why Delegate Crotty was unavailable when reserve time was shared, the family is here at the office. I know I said after the meeting, but this is kind of going into a lengthy discussion, so I didn't want the family to be here and have to wait. So they're currently meeting with Criminal Investigator Director Henderson, and if they're still here, we'll meet with them after the State of the Navajo Nation address. So just to let you know. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. Let me go ahead and go back to the floor at this time before I go back to reserve time. I do have Vice Chair Walker. Vice Chair Walker, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Oh, yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Although the audience that we have during this first day of our summer session, Yateko, das Twidos is on the Shikation, Adokwe, Hitawignegido, Nanda, Honorable President, Honorable Vice President, Shata, those at Seleko, those sponsor, Bikino Nani, Nihorka Yat and Gidini Dolly, Adokwe, Shaho Agi. Speaker, appreciate the time here. I have two items that I want to mention here. Something that's on my mind and on the minds of constituents, the people that we represent from the various segments of our great nation here. One is the San Francisco Peaks issue. Of course, that continues an effort from Navajo Nation and other Native nations in northern Arizona continue to speak to the issue and continue to want to address and seek final and permanent resolution. I would like to propose to the nation's leadership here that we continue to keep on task with the development of the San Francisco Peaks issues. Abike yi kako yat eko. Adot o hishi yanda ido yahdato tshit adonitsin. Abike yi kako yat eshnant ako. So I'd like to ask the leaders here, President and Vice President, to continue, the effort. Task Force Abahatezi and subcommittee a commission a pansade ki stoshiba another the other second year I've had the opportunity to meet with constituents who organize and refer to themselves as the Food Sovereignty Alliance for Edo, their grassroots, their community members, and their ranchers and farmers and educators. They, of course, are interested in having the nation reform or revamp its food policies to reflect the indigenous sovereign nations that we are. Johnson, Honorable President, Vice President, I'd like to give the remaining time to my colleague from Paul Begay, Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Question of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Vice Chair Walker, 1 minute, 11 seconds. Question of privilege, Madam Chair Crotty. Good afternoon. What is your question?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I thank you, Chairman Nez, for the reserved time. Speaker, at that point, I was at Budget and Finance and had some technical issues, and Delegate Friedland had let me know about the reserved time. Would you take that into consideration? And if I could use that reserved time, President Jonathan Nez, please let's make it a policy that you never speak on my behalf. It's not that I was here at the conference room and missed that call. It was some technical issues, and I would always appreciate if you confer with me before you speak on my behalf, as I do not think that's appropriate to provide that information to my colleagues. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Just a question of privilege. Usually if there's a technical difficulty, it will come on right after that. But since then, we've had more than 3 individuals speak since that reserved time. So, Madam Chair Crotty, that reserved time was only allocated during that certain period. And I did call on you 3 times and there was no response. So with that.
Speaker, this is Delegate Crotty. Can you read that in the rule book regarding reserved time? Thank you.
Yes, well, I see Nez should have reserved it, then we can come back.
Yeah.
That's the only way to save time.
Yeah, but he didn't that happened. Yeah. Madam Chair Cardi, if you look at rule in our Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 11, debate, item number C, a delegate recognized by the speaker shall be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes to debate the legislation or issue before the council. And that was delegated to Chairman Rick Nez. The delegate then may yield his or her remaining time to another delegate, and that's what happened. And we called on you 3 times. At that time, there was no answer, and Chairman Nez didn't reserve his time. So, and he delegated your time to you in that case, and you didn't respond as it takes. As you've been on the debate, as colleagues been on debate, I call out your name 3 times, and if you don't respond, I move on. Thank you.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with the point of privilege.
Madam Chair Crotty, good afternoon. What is your point of privilege?
Yes, thank you, Speaker Damon. And understanding this is an issue as we're calling in and having technical issues. I would say, Speaker, we haven't, although other delegates have spoken, we haven't made a motion or any type of action. So I'd ask for your consideration as delegates are able to call in, like let's say for their votes, and when Chairman Nez yielded his time, he did not waive his time, and I'm here on the call, and I'm more than happy to go back in the queue and be able to use that time. In reading the rules, it does not say, according to your reading, that then that time expires. So when you do call 3 names or 3 times, but their time doesn't expire, you come back to them. And actually you've done that quite a few times, which is normal, and I would ask for that same consideration. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is normal when you actually reserve time, but you didn't get any reserve time. You were only delegated that time, and Madam Chair Crotty, I have never came back to anybody that has had delegated time given to them, because you cannot reserve delegated time.
Speaker David, this is Delegate Crotty. So I don't want to delay the conversations and questions, seeing that President Nez has stated he has open door policy. So I do think this area should be re-examined, as the time, there was no waiver of time. It was a technical difficulty. And maybe this is something we can discuss later collectively in terms of what happens. And I cannot recall a time when the delegate was yielded time, and if there was I can't recall if there was ever a technical difficulty. So I'm not sure what examples you're using, but thank you, Speaker. And I will take the President's offer in terms of his open door policy, as there's many issues to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, with that, Honorable Vice Chair Walker has 1 minute and 11 seconds and is delegating that time to Honorable Paul Begay at this time. Honorable Paul Begay, good afternoon. With the 1 minute and 11 seconds, the floor is yours. If you accept the time.
Thank you. Yes, yes, Speaker, I do accept the time. And go ahead, Honorable Delegate Walker, for the time. Back to the issue of Antelope Point, President and Vice President, I'm happy to know that you are working on this issue with Interior Secretary Holland. And I believe that talking with the other delegates, we believe that Secretary Holland's visit to the area and Antelope Point area would be of more benefit than for us going to Washington. We have an advisory committee consisting of local chapter members. Floyd Stevens, former council delegate from Copper Mine, Shanto Chuck Howe, and from the Nazis on, we have Hank Stevens. And I consider them the core of Twila Task Force. They have studied this and worked on this for many years, trying to get the quadrilateral agreement the way we want it to be. Because thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Well, with that, let me go on to Chairman Daniel So, and then I will come back to you, Mr. President. Chairman Daniel So, good afternoon. The floor is yours.
Speaker Damon. Addison and I, colleagues of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, President Nez, Vice President Lizer. I guess the main part I'm concerned about is, there was a police officer that was killed on another reservation, and you assign police officers to go cover for them. However, when we have our own citizens that are assaulted or murdered on the Navajo Nation, it just seems like there's not that extra police coverage assignment to those areas. And I'm wondering how you would change the process to allow for that. The other is the issue with the constituents that are gathered with Honorable Amber Knezbot-Crotty. Rather than requiring them to come to your office, they were at a BNF conference room, and certainly a staff member could have walked over there. But you want them to come to your seat of power, and that's kind of troubling. Especially when you assign police officers to another seat of power away from the Navajo Nation. With that being said, the other is we do have some social workers, some staff of the Division of Social Services who came on as new hires in the system. The system that you oversee hasn't paid these new hires. And it's certainly of concern. It's a wonder that we treat our employees in that manner. Again, wouldn't it be a matter of urgency where we hire people to offer services, we also take care of them. When we do take personnel into employment,
they become as if we are their guardians. I say that because, you know, by law, we are also to provide a safe working environment. But by law, we are also supposed to pay them. And so that part, we aren't living on to that. With that, Speaker, I would ask that my remaining time be given to Honorable Chair Amber Knezbot-Crotty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Daniel. So with that, Madam Chair Amber Crotty, the time remaining is 40 seconds allocated to you. Madam Chair Amber Crotty.
I am here, Speaker Damon. 40 seconds, Biga. Okay, thank you. Start the clock. So there's a national commission to address missing and murdered Indigenous people, human trafficking, and violence in Indian country. We do have a subcommittee coordinating resources, criminal jurisdiction. President and Vice President, what are the attempts by your office to address jurisdiction, to improve coordination for agencies to expand? And what is the plan then to help with the increase of prosecutions? We have limited prosecutors. They're not getting the pay grade that they need. And then how are you working with the U.S. Attorney General's office to make sure that the statute of limitations do not run out? What are the declination rate? And how are you making sure those cases get through the process? I'd also like to know what factors contribute to either like best practices or state tribal coordination. What efforts have been done by the administration to make sure that these areas are helpful for the families? Our families need to have the ability to make sure that they have a standardized process. At our forum in Utah, law enforcement responded that it's case by case. That is not the normal process. Our National Center of Missing and Exploited Children says every minor should be documented. There are no habitual runaways, and these often are our children that are targeted. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Daniel. So I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Let me go back to you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. And members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, again, thank you for the questions and for your comments. In regards to Delegate Walker's questions and comments regarding the San Francisco Peaks, we've been engaged in those discussions and been sending Davis Filford to be the eyes and ears for the Office of the President Vice President on this, including we appreciate the help from Leonard Gorman, Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, the commissioners too, sending those correspondence over to them so that they are aware of what's happening with the peaks, the Snow Bowl area. And we will continue to advocate for the Coaslee and also make sure that the ski resort recognizes and honors the sovereignty of the Navajo Nation and other tribes. Coalition of tribes are pushing back on the snow bowl. But there may be a resolve in the future. And I appreciate Delegate Walker also being a part of those discussions. We did have a meeting before to get updates. And I think one other speaker's staff is on those calls as well. The NAFOOD Sovereignty Alliance, it's the same group with Gloria Begay. We've been working with them. And matter of fact, there was a conference that took place in Albuquerque to talk about the Nebuchadnezzar foods. That continues to be our priority here. As was mentioned earlier, we need to address the concerns of Saley wheat fields farmers. You know, years back, we allocated $15 million for our larger farms. That's mini farms and Saley wheat fields and Shiprock. And some of those dollars are still sitting there. And that was one of the reasons why Delegate Slater wanted us to talk about that. You know that Division of Natural Resources and the water management branch is at times changing their position. That's what we need to get to the bottom of so that these dollars can be expended. But in terms of food sovereignty, I think there's an opportunity for a lot more farms to be reestablished throughout the Navajo Nation. And we do have funding. There's some UUFB, and there's also the $27 million that's available to do these projects. And I appreciate Director or Dr. Shabala also looking at hay fields that will pull water from the tributaries in regions like north of Winslow. Once we pull that water, we can also develop more farms. So those are things that Chairman Nez and the Resource Development Committee have been talking about for some time. We did also have a visit to that area. Delegate Paul Begay, again, thank you. We will be advocating to have a meeting here on Navajo when Secretary Holland is again in the area to specifically talk about the antelope marina. Delegate Daniel So, it is a practice for some police departments to help other police departments out. You know, during the time we lost an officer, local police departments came out to help cover the shift while we grieved here of our police officer. And I appreciate those law enforcement agencies for coming out. And as a sovereign nation, we have the ability to send our officers that were not on shift, you know. They volunteered their time. Of course, they got paid. They went out, especially when it comes to, that's where I met, matter of fact, that's where I met the PACE officers and the highway safety officers. That's where they told me about what they had been doing. So those are the special units that were able to go out and help the White Mountain Apache Tribal Police Department be with their families and to grieve, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the family and to that nation. We didn't take any other resources off that were already covering the Navajo Nation. Well, the DNR conference room was being used for the family that has come here, a larger venue. And right now they are speaking to Director Henderson, Dr. Fowler, Melinda Shirley, and others, answering questions. So due to COVID guidelines, we needed a larger room to accommodate the entire group. Division of Social Services. We are in the process of getting an update for you. For the new hires, it does take time, especially when you hire them in the middle of a payroll cycle. 3 to 4 weeks before they get their check. And that is being reevaluated by Dr. Fowler to have a better process in place. And Delegate Crotty, you know, with our new chief prosecutor, Vernon, and they are working to review salaries through reclassification and hiring senior prosecutors, not at entry level. We are also working to update the pay study. And the Office of the Prosecutor is working to release a comprehensive report regarding the declinations. The report will address many concerns about the federal response. And we have had meetings with the U.S. Department of Justice officials, even the Office of Management Budget, USOMB, the U.S. Marshal Services came here to talk with our Division of Public Safety. And we are working to bring the U.S. Attorney's Office from the 3 states to meet with us in terms of filing and prosecuting. Chief Prosecutor's Office is working directly with the FBI and USA concerning cases that have been declined. So those are efforts, and I'm sure Vernon and Jesse can give you a more detailed report on their efforts, including A.G. McPaul and Jesse Delmore. Prosecutor's Office, again, we are proposing an additional funding for their budget for advocates. And we are wanting to fill all the vacancies for the prosecutor's office as well. So that's what I got. Vice President, anything else to add?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I think this one is mainly to Delegate Eugene Daniel So's question and maybe the concern about extra police coverage. President did well in responding why the Navajo Nation was there at the White Mountain. I think a lot of it was empathy and certainly just standing with those while we can and provide a unified front and just help and aid another tribe, our brothers and sisters over there at the White Mountain Apache. Our prayers continue to be with them as they are still mourning. But to your point about how do we manufacture, conjure up extra police coverage, there's one of those things. It's interesting how economic development is kind of looming over these, and especially the lack of economic development. And so I guess I'm speaking to that. When we are dealing with a resource capacity here, is what or the lack of it, dwindling federal government funding, coupled with shrinking budgets for public safety, increased dependence on government funds and resources. So how do we eke out or squeeze out enhanced response and response times? One of the social determinants for these issues is a weak economy. And, we could do a better job, all of us as leaders, paying into these enhancements ourselves, better services, better mitigation. We are the equivalent of a $5 billion corporation. Our investment money wouldn't have the same kind of constraints if we use that access to SEASN or, a lot of our investment dollars. One thing that we throw out there a lot is people's money. Yeah, and I get it. What better way to pay for these added services for the people than to access the people's money and then to help pay for these services that we're needing, capacity building, nation building. Again, what goes right back, it's almost a circle and right back to economic development. We start investing in ourselves when we invest in economic development to bring along these enhanced life improvement capacities, public safety, better judicial system, and we still are all hands on deck mentality here at the Navajo Nation. And you, all of us, Delegate Crotty, we're all talking about the same things at the end of the day. We wish to bring better services to our people. And, again, everybody's saying the same thing I'm hearing. Let's work together to bring about all of these. There's a term in business, they say, to make money, you have to spend money. And I'd like to offer that, we can continue to work with our 24th Navajo Nation Council there to eke out these improvements for services to our people. I think we all have our own answers and collaborating in our think tank or in our mind of minds here to bring about these in service to our people, service responses. And I've been hit by these myself. I've got constituents and local community people that, I'm sure President's the same, and you all are the same as well. And you get these asks. You get people alerting us as leaders to the debt. A lot of those police calls that go responded to. They just reaching out to whoever they can, and so it behooves us as leaders to listen and be empathetic and respond in a timely manner. And I know you all do that. And I know we do that as well. And our efforts are finite, and we need to respond to an infinite amount of needs and concerns a little bit more readily. I think taking a lot of our own investment dollars there to provide services for the people, I think is a good way to bring about the needed enhancements that we're all talking about. So just I'm just a businessman, but one thing I'd like to offer is just investing in our own people, buying more Navajo, buying local. It all helps us win at the end of the day. So just some thoughts from this Vice President. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, Mr. President, for that response there again to members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council during the State of the Nation address.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with a point of order or point of privilege. I'm sorry.
Well, the question of a point of privilege. Good afternoon, actually good evening now, Madam Chair. Crotty.
My point of privilege is requesting information from this report regarding what took place. I know the president has a consultant for this tribal community response plan. If that could be provided to the council so we know what is being planned for the nation and how we can give that information to our families. And I would also need an update from the Office of the Prosecutor regarding the declinations. I sit on the subcommittee 4, and on this subcommittee, for the Not Invisible Act, and on this subcommittee is the office or the Attorney General's office, and that needs to be addressed as we move forward so we could make those recommendations. If that Office of the Prosecutor report can be distributed to all of the 24 delegates. Thank you, Speaker.
That question of privilege, Mr. President, I don't know if you and your team could send that information out. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, if you're joining us, just now joining us, or you've been joining us just recently, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good evening, Mr. President, Vice President, everybody on the line. We are on our first day of the summer session. We've just started, actually, we've been all afternoon receiving a State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation, and Vice President Lizer is here with us too as well. Colleagues, I don't have anybody else in what we known as a queue lined up. And if there's nobody else, I'm going to go back to reserve time at this time. And if there's none, let me go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, 4 minutes and 45 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. My questions are several questions I have. First one is, what is the update on Caleb Indian Medical Center? The next question is homesite lease. Talking to one of my constituents, he says there's a lot of families that have homesite lease that were, or homes that were built before the homesite lease law came into effect. And he was wanting to know if we could get that grandfathered in. I know that Mike Halona is always with the land department. That could be one way of doing that so that we could provide services to have home site leases. The other one is Arizona Water. You know, they've laid a pipeline all the way from San Juan into Pulagai. Hoping they across the border. Sanders, not wider.
Honorable, stop his time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, you are cutting in and out. We can't understand you.
Can you hear me? Hello, hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, but you keep cutting in and out.
Okay, let me get to the back here. Yeah.
Time stopped at 3 minutes and 26 seconds.
What's that?
Your time is stopped at 3 minutes and 26 seconds.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The other one is emergency management, donated money. As an example, there's a grandmother in White Ruins that needs to have her house shored up. There's leaking, her roof's really leaking, and I was wondering if that emergency management could utilize that, because it's COVID-19 related, and they're told to stay home, and she's abiding by that. But when the rain's coming, it's also coming in her room in her house, and she needs help on that. The other one is the concern with Office of Navajo Indian relocation. Seems like it's just stagnant. Nothing's really happening. Housing is still a big issue, and O'Neill's wanting to close. I need update on that with Robert Black, technical amendments and things like that. The other one is appreciative on the 50 million or 55 million that was presented with the state of Arizona. We need to move on that quickly. 9402. The road has been funded 10 million, and that's one of the roads that's a bus route, and a lot of folks live on there. The last one that I have is heavy equipment. We have one legislation that's being sponsored by Honorable Stewart. However, we have heavy equipment, but we have no operators. How can we address that? How can we get operators? Because winter time's coming up real fast upon us, and we need that. So I reserve my time on that, Speaker. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1 minute and 55 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Vince James, 2 minutes and 25 seconds on reserve time.
Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Moving on down, Honorable Charlene So, good evening, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Honorable Charlene So, going twice. Honorable Charlene So, going 3 times. That, moving on down, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 3 minutes and 23 seconds on reserve time.
Can you hear me, Speaker?
Yeah, it's because of your headphones.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and thank you, President Nez. I want to raise a few issues before we run out of time here, and that is worker pay. It seems like the Budget and Finance Committee is very motivated to do something about that, and the HESI Committee has been consistently asking from the Department of Personnel Management how we can do a salary survey that would raise Navajo Nation wages or match the federal pay scale. Those are a couple ideas that I've thrown out there, in addition to raising the minimum job compensation to $30,000 a year, or $15.63 a year. And then you could, by percentage, move up the rest of the pay scale. We had also asked for a survey on employee housing so that we could analyze where there are deficiencies in housing based off of existing incomes that could then be used to support the construction of new apartments or houses. I believe that Human Resources is supposed to be working on both of those items. And it's my hope that we'd actually get them reported back to us for consideration in this year's budget. If there's any way that we can get that information to the Navajo Nation Council prior to the consideration of the budget, that would be excellent. But at this point, I'm a little discouraged, and I was hoping that we could make movement on compensation and housing on the Navajo Nation because gas is so expensive right now. Second, insurance and bonding. In the original ARPA legislation, there was a directive to the executive branch to study and then develop a recommendation on how we could do insurance and bonding for our small businesses. And to date, that hasn't been fulfilled. We really need that to be fulfilled in order for us to help assist small businesses go after ARPA funding, but government contracting in general. Third, I really would like the executive branch to provide an update to the council on the SSBCI and to study the Navajo Nation through its investment committee, creating a venture capital or facility to perform direct investments in Navajo Nation businesses and stand them up. We need a financial consultant at the council and at the presidential level who can help us analyze these investments. We're going to potentially be investing $11.4 million into a Shiprock hotel. We need, analysis on, is this the best way to compose a deal? Are there other ways to compose a deal where the nation is getting a return on a loan, or other concepts? Right now, we're sort of shooting in the dark. And a couple of years ago in the carryover budget, I had gotten funding for the council, but then we went to a continuing resolution. So those are a couple items right there. I really would appreciate answers to those in writing as soon as possible so that we can move forward on those items. Thank you very much. And I think the last item, I got 20 seconds left, is the National CDFI, the Community Development Financial Institution group under Treasury, has funding for a healthy access program for food. And as we look at food security on the Navajo Nation, I think that's a funding source we need to look at. Having a financial consultant who could guide us through that and how to increase food access on Navajo via C-stores or logistics and distribution warehouses for our schools and our communities would be something that's much needed. And I ask that you look into that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Smith. Slater. That, moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay, good evening, 4 minutes, 58 seconds, and I'll come back to you, Mr. President, after.
Reserve time, Speaker Keelan.
4 minutes and 56 seconds. Honorable Wilson Stewart, 1 minute and 34 seconds.
Speaker, thank you. President, Mayor, Vice President Lizer. The last thing I want to ask President, Vice President, is to consider again what myself and the entities have been asking for from day at a time, as far as the rehabilitation center goes in Chinle, and also with the other entities of the Navajo area, New Mexico, with the housing and the apartment complexes and the other projects that we've been talking about for the homes within the 4 communities that represent the 10 families that need homes. Other than that, Speaker, thank you. Thank you, Vice President and President.
Thank you very much. Let me go then back to you, Mr. President, at this time. Do you have any response? Floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and our relatives, guests that are online. Appreciate the questions and the updates that are being provided to everyone. Delegate Smith, an update on Gallup Indian Medical Center. Right now, there are 2 public hearings that are going to be done there for, I guess, everyone who are interested in the Gallup Indian Medical Center. There's a plan, recommendations for 2 locations. Of course, it'll depend on the IHS to move forward on one or the other based on the investigation plans that have been developed this far, and then it'll either be, the Rehoboth site and of course the Gamerco site. So that's where we're at, and we're also looking at, as you may know, you were there, Chairman Smith. VA Secretary McDonough came, and they and appreciate the council for supporting keeping the clinic, the Veterans Clinic there open. And Senator Heinrich was here as well, their advocacy in keeping that VA clinic open. But there is also a recommendation that we have shared. Wherever the Gallup Indian Medical Center is, there should be a veterans healthcare facility, not just for Navajos, but every veteran that's in the region. And also staffing quarters. As you know, as you may know, Gallup is in a shortage of affordable housing. It's hard to retain healthcare professionals. So what we're proposing is something similar to Kayenta or Delcon, Crown Point too, having housing quarters, so we can have professionals there for the new hospital. Otto, we are recommending, you know, there's still a few $1 million in the donation fund. During the COVID-19, donations were given. We put much of it to direct services, food, supplies, PPEs, and also burial assistance. And the proposition is to help with housing renovations. As you said yourself, it is COVID related. We need to fix up these homes. The other is septic system cleanups. A lot of our Navajo people are in need of septic services, and also supplementing the burial assistance once again, above and beyond 25, 35, you know, those 3,500, those were specifically for COVID-19. But there are other people that are not, you know, that have gone back to the Creator that passed away from non-COVID-19 related illnesses. And we should be able to give them that similar amount, because it's tough, as was mentioned earlier, you know, with the high gas prices, the economy, the way it is, to help out families, especially when we're still in virtual mode. We're not gathering and having funeral meetings as much. So that's where many of our families get their donations. This could really help. The ONER technical amendments, what I'll do, Chairman Smith, is we'll get you or I'll forward you the update from Greg Smith we receive on a periodic basis on the technical amendments. Of course, we are now dealing with the leadership from the Hopi tribe so that we could get our technical amendments through the Senate and the House. And that's going to take some discussions with Hopi leadership, and we will do that. I know Vice President has been talking with the leadership there as well, since Chairman has also been reelected. So we know who the leadership will be for the next few years there with the Hopi tribe. The heavy equipment that was mentioned, we will, I think one of the things that we need to also think about is how can we get more CDL drivers here on Navajo? They're making a lot of money trucking off the nation. And that salary study that was mentioned, salary study being done by Dr. Fowler and REDW, should be, the salary should be competitive with those jobs that are outside the nation. And I'd like to say too that the Division of Social Services under Deanna Neswit Gishi Workforce Development have been supporting our people to graduate with CDL license. And what we're trying to do here is now we're competing, right? We're trying to get them to work for NDOT, and we also need help at the chapter level. And so working with them, social services, NTU, and Diné College, we just need more people out there to be interested in signing up. You know, people just are still hesitant to go to work, but there's a lot of positions that are available on the Navajo Nation. Delegate Slater, I mentioned the salary study. We are proposing, you know, every year there's a general wage adjustment at, I think for the past few years, 3%. This year we moved it up to 5% because of, inflation and what our employees are going through. So that's going to be in the budget this year. And that's what we're proposing to the council so that they can have some funds available with the rising cost of living. One idea that we had was to, since there's a lot of vacancies, utilizing some of these vacancies have been there for a long time, and it's mostly because of the low salary, but using those dollars to help out with the salary increases. I mean, just look at this pandemic. We were able to run the Navajo Nation with a limited amount of manpower. And we noticed that the nation can run with some of these, without some of these positions. And so to bring higher paying jobs, supplement the salaries using that salary study. But of course, that goes before the Navajo Nation Council, and it means abolishing some positions, and sometimes that's not favorable by some. SSBCI, JT has done reports, and we will send you the updated report as well for our small businesses, the funding that has come from the federal government to help out our businesses here on Navajo. I also want to mention that we'll be reopening our schools and our businesses to 100% within the week. And some of the guidelines will also stay in place. So mask will stay in place. We saw an uptick in cases, but a lot of evidence shows that none of these spreads are happening at the businesses. And at the schools, they have been doing a very good job. The way they address people coming to work, they catch it because of the take-home tests or the rapid tests that are available, and people get sent home if they test positive. The national CDFI resource, we will forward that over to the Navajo CDFI regarding food access. Encourage them to apply. And delegates Wilson Stewart, appreciate your support. One day at a time, I know that there was a event, sobriety conference that took place as well. We weren't able to be there, but it's the same group. And we do need more behavioral mental health services here on Navajo, and not to shut out those organizations that are already doing some great work. And I was privileged to visit that one day at a time AA meeting in for Defiance at the Catholic Church, where they are based. So I know that they are doing some great work there, Delegate Stewart. So thank you, and turn the time over to our Vice President to talk a little bit more about the economy and the SSBCI.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the Delegate Slater, thank you for that question and highlighting the Navajo CDFI and the CDFI question with food. But I love the idea of alternative funding. As you know, we're looking for any and all ways to push projects and bring economic development. It would be my desire to see it at a more feverish pace, but it is what it is. But the alternative funding aspect, we have been looking and studying opportunity zones. As you know, we have 19 census tracts here that are verified, certified opportunity zones here. That's probably the last frontier for alternative funding. And CDFI, we've had one for years, just need to probably utilize them a little bit more readily under Tom Gordon's leadership there. But the FRF office, you have heard, and it's my desire and the President's desire to see that live on past this ARPA period, you know, and for years it should continue to live on into perpetuity, simply for the fact that the FRF office will have, you know, exposed all of the constraints and bottlenecks and also have worked solutions to those. And in 2 or 3 years, we'll have many projects in their portfolio, so to speak. So the FRF office should live on, continue on in some type of private equity mode, some kind of accelerator or growth fund that's able to raise other capital, tag-along capital. And I know, I mean, speaking it into existence now, but we are 2 or 3, maybe even one large project away from signifying to the business community that the Navajo Nation is ripe for investment, alternative funding, tag-along capital. Again, the nation investing in ourselves, displaying that we are ready, willing, and able, and that we have our portfolio, that we have our template, whether it's vetting energy projects, renewable green energy, and some of the other top discussions that are happening globally. The nation should be a part of these discussions. We've said earlier too that you know, every pandemic in our history has changed the way society operates. So this is the time to have the Navajo Nation in every discussion that's happening around the world. And then lastly, the CDL comments, their commercial drivers certification there. Now, we've been talking with Beckway Group out of Dallas, Texas, and our own NTU, along with Dr. Guy there, to enhance their current CDL training platform. You know, they've had some success, and we're talking with Beckway Group to, they have a plan to help the NTU, which hopefully next week we'll have a meeting with Dr. Guy here on this very topic, be able to pump out 50 trained CDL drivers in the first 12 months and with scalability. As you know, right now, there is a need for 150,000 new CDL drivers right now. Their pay bands, I believe, are in excess of 100K a year. And these are the national carriers, but we've studied the industry, and that's the present landscape that we're talking about. If we're talking about raising more truck drivers here from the Navajo Nation, we do well to invest in our own people. So all hands on deck again. There is need, and we have talked to Dr. Guy about that and increasing their capacity to 50 trained Navajo truck drivers in the first 12 months. So those are just some of the things that we're working on. We love this discussion, whether it's alternative funding. There are a lot of applicability out there that we just simply need to engage in. So we're ready, willing, and able to have those discussions along with the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And then what President said, Delegate Slater, your question on the updates on I always lose that, the acronym, SSBCI. JT Willie and Doug Capitan will be furnishing a written report for you to answer all of your questions and to give you updates in that regard. So thank you for the question. And thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Speaker, question of privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Honorable Elmer Begay, question of privilege.
Yeah, Speaker, thank you. I think earlier I asked a question. Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Earlier I asked a question to OPVP regarding the if they have any plans or any statistic that shows that having the manufacturer plant at these 3 sites that was mentioned, and difference between that, what's the difference between the advantage and also disadvantage on it. They have their own local contractors doing their own work, because I know that these local contractors have their own they have their own whole crew, electrician and carpenters and things like that. So what we're talking about is just only manufacturing building homes, and it's just like more carpenters we're talking about. But that doesn't only making a home. It's not only carpenters. There's plumbers and others involved in it. And so yeah, so what's the advantage? I think that's what my question was mainly about. And we haven't seen any kind of plans with the difference between that. I think that's what I need to look at. So that was my question. Thank you.
That question of privilege, and go back to you, Mr. President.
Right. Thank you for that question of privilege, and thank you, Speaker. In regards to the plan, we have developed the preliminary plan with the help of Jim Zerline, modeling it after the Carpenters Union facility, but not as big as the one in Las Vegas. We took a tour there where they were putting homes together. We sort of did something smaller scale in that blue building in San Benito, where the veterans headquarters is, using that little space, the garage there. But it worked to develop that home that is adjacent to the veterans office. That's a model prototype, and we invite council members. I know some have already seen it. And building the walls, building the roof in these facilities, and then taking it out to where the site is. They'll be putting it together like a puzzle. What we're looking at is about 30 days for the foundation, and then another 30 days for all the pieces to be put together. 2 months is what we're envisioning, with a strong workforce to get homes built using that model, that floor plan. 2 bedrooms, and also has a washer and dryer, kind of a mud room in the back. And so those are the plans. If you're wanting it in writing, we can do that presentation to you or the oversight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President as well. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. I was on reserve time, so I just we did conclude with Honorable Stewart's question. Close out his minute 34 seconds. So I'll go down to Honorable Brown. 46 seconds, Honorable Brown. On reserve time.
Speaker Hadith Aish, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. With the very little time I have, it's really, again, going back to election. And I wanted to ask President, supporting just his staff on who are running for office. Does he thinks that's ethical? The other question is, really important for all the delegates and the executive branch and our Navajo people, IHS, is what is the nation, what do we have in plan so far for monkeypox? I understand that it's a very serious virus and it's very painful. So again, we want to protect our people.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That. Moving on down, Honorable Yellow Hair. On reserve time, 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Honorable Yellow Hair. Huh? Is she there? Is she online?
That's thank you very much. Appreciate it. I think I have 30 seconds. I would like to say thank you. Navajo Nation President Nancy and I. I'll follow up. You bring in some cost price or high rise and it's about two items. Minimum water line price at 8031 road. Or now she's not as one hour for the thing. I don't understand because I don't know the plan action. It was all this there's a free store NPL just based person which is in the 15 million that's in it. It's just my follow up. Thank you, President Nance. God bless for being a Navajo Nation president. Good luck to you. Yeah, and the shit's valuable. Ewa pan body. Out of the quick minutes, how many seconds do I have now, Speaker?
1 minute and 40 seconds.
I don't share all this, all this. That is listen at us, 24 Navajo Nation Council. Best of all, you have it up. So about Jordan, the shade order on the guide of the nation, or that echo the plane. There's no event that is on this man, so that is need long. I don't go. I don't none. And his president, they could make you a few plan and Hassan either. They have Sargent on the but I could never pay so. I sorry about this. I guess we have to move up. Thank you very much. You can send me 24 compliment or national language share. I'd like to wait my time. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Yellow Hair. That, let me move on down to Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So, 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Can you hear me first?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. The Navajo Technical Amendment and the Washington District relating to amending certain other languages inside the Navajo Hopi Land Settlement Act. Really would just like to have your support so that we can try to have that discussion to move this Navajo technical amendment addressed it. The other is that we have 4.5 miles of Monavi Dirt Road graded road improvement project out of Old Airport Loop. We identified funding, and basically, I know that the issue is procurement process, and just would like to have just to see if we could get the staff to try to speed up on the procurement process. But you know, that Monavi Dirt Road is a major road that services a lot of residencies on the west side of Tuba City and then the Old Airport Loop. I do have a good dialogue and conversation with Navajo Department of Transportation. That way we could try to address that road down the Monavi Dirt Road, Tuba City, an amount of 4.5 miles total, and then the airport loop 2 miles, totaling of 6.5 miles in total. The other is the next 5-year plan is being crafted for the TPT tax, or the transportation funding, and we really need our roads to be included from Western Agency. The last federal transportation budget was at a sliding scale where Western Agency had 13.8 million allocated within the period of 5 years. This next period, we really need our roads on there so that we can try to get our roads addressed. You know, sliding scale, but so we have the Tuba City Healthcare Corporation legislation moving forth, and I really would like your support on the request to build the oncology center, the long-term elderly care facility, and the rehabilitation facility that we are requesting for Tuba City. Tuba City Healthcare Corporation has did their due diligence, and they brought funding to the table. That support, and I don't and the rest of my time I have, Speaker, I'm going to waive my time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go on to Honorable Eugene So with 46 seconds, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. President. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. I don't see him. Eugene So going twice. Eugene So going 3 times. That we go back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. Thank you, 24th Navajo Nation Council. And question from Nate Brown regarding monkeypox. We are monitoring it, the Department of Health. And as some of you may know, Arizona already has seen its first case. And so we have been getting the message out to our people through radio and also through social media. At the same time, updating information on this new variant, BA.5 variant, very contagious, offspring from Omicron, and the continuation of the messaging for Navajo Department of Health. So we appreciate that staff. Now, in regards to your question about political appointees, you know, there is no law against that. And, you know, for our office, as I said earlier, they make sure that they put on record their leave and they volunteer their time, at least for presidential campaigns. For their own time, they do the same. As you know, there are delegates that were legislative district assistants that campaign for now being in the position you are. And so that has been the previous practice. But I don't know how you know, delegates or past administrations documented. But at least for us, this administration, we make sure that documentation is there when they're out there campaigning for themselves or campaigning for others. And so we're just continue to follow in the process. I know Elmer was here at the office of the president, vice president, and became the council delegate. So it's been something that has been done before. LDAs, you know, you got yourself, Nate Brown, running at that time for council against Catherine Benally, and you know, and others out there. So that's a practice that's been put in place, and you know, it's not against the law, but ethical, I don't know. But for us, being ethical is to make sure that your time is accounted for. If you're working and getting a paycheck for the Navajo people, then you're on the clock. If you put a leave in, then you're on your own time, your personal time. So for us, I believe that's ethical. Jimmy Yellow here, we look forward to working with you with the Mini Mills project and the N8031. Appreciate delegates that we have visited. I mean, even delegates are endorsing candidates too. So I have some delegates endorsing me. So is that right? Is that wrong? We're all political individuals. So I appreciate all those delegates that have endorsed Nez for Press. Odo So, Monavi Road, we got the grader out there and bladed the roads. I know that there needs to be some permanent fixes to that road. And Garrett Silversmith is on top of that. Of course, you mentioned the money. We look forward to working with you on that, including the technical amendments. Roads is a big priority. It's quite sad that this infrastructure bill is not using the same formula as the CARES and the ARPA for tribes. If they did, we would be getting, geez, over $200, $300 million. But in essence, we're only getting, I think it was what, $40 million for the next 5 years. So we have to hold the states accountable, because there are monies that went to the state to help out with the roads based on population too. Appreciate New Mexico, the road being repaved from the Four Corners, the state line, by Tisna's Bus all the way to Shiprock. And the next one is the one here from state line, San Benito to Yahatehei. I know Delegate Edmund Yazi has been advocating for the road from Theroux all the way to Farmington. That is also another state priority for us. So roads are important all the way into Arizona, especially in that Black Mesa region where there's only one road into Pinon. And in the next year, we'll have a road out into Hard Rock. course, we've got to work with the Hopi tribe for the Low Mountain to Palaka Road, because that's all in their jurisdiction. I know Delegate Kiel Begay has been working on that for some time. So thank you. Back to you, or let me turn the time over to our Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. No feedback. Just a real quick, short question to Delegate Otto. So a question about the Monavi Road. The roads, they're working on those projects as quickly as NDOT can. The entire engineering, permitting, and clearances is an ongoing process right now. So I think it's just in our if not our immediate future, it's in the future. And so NDOT is working on that. So we appreciate the leadership of our Executive Director, Garrett Silversmith, for that one. So that's all I have, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. Yeah,
Speaker. Thank you very much. That, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. I do have a new
Speaker Wanika
colleague in the queue. Yes, Honorable Wanika, I can put you in the queue.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Henio, good evening. And then Honorable Wanika. Chairman Henio?
Speaker Damon, Sinanta, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Sinanta, President Nez, Sinanta, Vice President Liza. The dialogue that we're having back and forth, and real quickly, I spent the day in Alamo today, and going in and coming out. It's a tough chore getting back to I-40 from Alamo to I-40. And there's 13 miles of the funkiest road you can ever travel on. 5 miles is the speed limit there. And then 13 miles I could navigate it through there with 1 hour and 45 minutes. We've talked about this I don't know how many times. There was a meeting with the governor of Laguna, and we left Navajo Nation was asked to come back to appear before council with a proposal. And to this day, I'm still waiting for that proposal from Navajo Department of Transportation. So am I going to be waiting till the next 4 years? What's happening here? Because I'm dependent on that proposal before we go before the Laguna Council. Reserve my time.
Every time at 3 minutes and 41 seconds. Moving on down.
Speaker, this is Edmund. This is Edmund. Can you put me in a sheet pen?
Yes. Good evening, Chairman. Honorable Wanika. Good evening. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate the time. Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Other President, though Vice President, appreciate the report. I really don't have any questions. I just want to express my appreciation for the signing of the opera monies. Although other chapters that is we just need to really ensure that we continue working with the division directors to get those projects going. Although I want to give the rest of my time to Delegate Yellowhair. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. With that, 4 minutes and 25 seconds. The Honorable Yellowhair.
Share Honorable Wanika, yes. I don't know some kind of whatever. Here, Mr. Nez, I'm not one nation president. This is one of very important subjects. It pertains to a NPL area, Lead District 4 year. The next, now, so the webinar, so the cancel earlier. This June 8th, I thought, now, so the Kana, 1974, I was there. A core, or you didn't know, you had them to lean. It is all a usually appropriate case done the condo, Nihigi, the webinar, so the cook up has only a 10 sheep unit, but it's the condo, no, good office kit. I couldn't the 50 sheep unit, it's Honda, and the thing but there should be a solution, should be something to be written, and that is a solution. But what about things that comes worse? The law, what in the Senate, they shouldn't. There's only partly a way on it, on his London. There has been the Tanas is the night, the Nasa, the Kado, Bikate, and Lenita, the Dalchan, and Lenny, the Torquet, the baby, the Hundred Webinar. So, Abba has only the Tana, Nico, the Abba has only the Halo. When I say HPL, it is not a one father, each one. Abba has only no area. If you see the federal house, you're not eligible to get a permit. So I thought never said try you, but the host and Lenny. I thought there's capacity to be able to the webinar so that they just webinar so that I cancel earlier. They asked for a never can't thought it was not the eligibility to tell. So now us, hit Arban and the BIA, what are the basic and what are Tana for the Koron Nandan biscuit related to the Jibrad. Yeah, when so the honorable when you caught Nani, thank you for your great help, Mr. When you caught the ceased debate on the 86-22. You did a great job. I don't want to use that. One of the speakers, thank you for your help. I don't see it. The Division Director, thank you. Your song is very welcome. Yeah. One of the.
Thank you very much.
I'll wait my time.
Okay, thank you. Honorable, you'll hear that. Move on down to Chairman Edmund Yazzie.
Speaker, members of the council, President, Vice, and everyone that's listening, my colleagues there in Teotana, Window Rock, Arizona. Just want to say a few things. President Nez, thank you for your report, Vice President. And then I know all your division directors are listening on call. I just want to say I appreciate the help of the division directors. Every time that we ask for help, they're always there to lend a helping hand for the roads and for law enforcement, and Dr. Yellerman with the chapters. And so just pretty much a pat on the back, President, for your staff. And so I know it's been a long day, and with reports and then we got a full week with our agenda for summer session. But I just want to say, President, that we really need your help, and the Vice President and the staff to. I know we started the process of getting the IHS hospital built, and so I know there was still confusion that's going on. I would see in the papers that Paulson's high school picture right on the front page, and in there he indicates that Gamerco's on the site. What we've been doing, President, is telling our chapters, and there's going to be a public hearing, and that public hearing is going to consist of all our chapters on the Eastern Agency side. And also, we will go ahead and propose and give IHS the resolution through council to start the process of building the hospital on the at the Rehoboth site, which IHS had indicate they want to build there, and per council resolution, and then also per the chapter resolutions that we obtain. And so, President, I know we can work together on this. Let's continue to advocate to get this done. Just like what was indicated earlier, it was said that we don't want this to take years and years. When COVID was, it's still impacting us today, but when it was really rough and with no medication, no shots, we were running around, and doctors and nurses were running around. And so let's do this, President. And Vice President. Let's really push this through. I mean, the wheel is turning, but let's grease that wheel, and let's get that going and moving that forward, sir. And so I'd be Facebooking you, President. Be messaging you to, let's get a meeting going, and we'll be on one page when we present up in Washington, D.C. So again, President, your staff on the council, when we work together, we can get a lot of things done. So I just want to share that, and hopefully in the next newspaper article with the chief of staff's high school picture in front, we can indicate and say we, W-E, we are going to move this forward and get this hospital built at the Rehoboth site. So with that, Speaker, I do not want to reserve my time. I'll go ahead and let my time go. Speaker, sir.
Thank you for that, Chairman. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go back then to Mr. President for response at this time.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and those that are still listening in, the staff from legislative branch, judicial branch, executive branch, or division directors. Delegate or Chairman Hino, in regards to the Alamo, 13 miles, we will submit documents still in draft to you regarding the 13 miles. We are waiting for the Pueblo of Laguna Nation to put us on their agenda. But of course, with the increase in COVID-19 cases, they are cautious about having meetings. And so once that gets developed, I know we had a meeting there at the tribal council and the government offices with your LDA. And Vice President and I and Garrett Silversmith, vision directors, setting the tone, and they did agree that they would put us up on the agenda. They're willing to assist us with the engineering and the clearances and the permitting phases, to my understanding. So we'll follow up on that. We're looking at a $50 million project, right? Used to be 30. Well, look at what happened within the highway from Saley Wheat Fields to Saley Junction. And that there was a little bit over 10 miles, 33 million bucks. So now, because of inflation and the cost of material, 13 miles is about being estimated about 55 million, because there's going to be a lot more earth, sand to be removed and brought in as well. So we are working on that, and we'll definitely sit down with you when that is scheduled, so we can all be on the same page for our presentation to the Pueblo of Laguna. Mr. Winika, Delegate Winika, thank you. And thank you for, always working with our directors and coming in and helping, not just your community, but the entire Navajo Nation. I know when it came to heavy equipment, you were there, not just for your chapters only, but for other communities, so we can get those purchased. But now it's just CDL drivers that are needed. But appreciate your work and what you did during the debate with the ARPA, so we can get it across the finish line. Delegate Yellowhair, I agree. And we've been saying this at the onset of this administration. The last administration and the last council approved, based on the recommendation from the local grazing official, to 10 sheep units. And that went through with real quick at the end of the council without much debate. And now, when we got into office, we said that's not enough, because 10 sheep units is like 2 cows, 2 sheep, and that's not enough to provide a better quality of life for our people. So we're saying 50 units, and we are pressing on the BIA and Department of Interior to revisit that. It will have to take us, council, to reaffirm, reevaluate that resolution that at the 11th hour that was passed, and making it 50 units. So thank you for that question. Delegate Yazzie, I too wanted to see GIMC built. Senator Heinrich was out here checking out the places. We did a tour with him while he was here when Secretary McDonough was here from the VA. And he is awaiting the public hearing. So we too are waiting what the results will be from the IHS on the evaluation, the site selection, evaluation reports for 2 sites, and the public hearings, and then the decision by the Indian Health Services. And thank you, Delegate Yazzie, for advocating for water and electricity. And as we saw in your community, Mariana Lake, a new cell tower. We look forward to the presentation of a new chapter facility. There's a road being built there in your community. In Pinedale, there's another tower that was put up through CARES Act. We look forward to that continued partnership, Delegate Yazzie. Thank you, and to our Vice President to add.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. No real, additional comments here, although we do appreciate the delegates' support and encouragement for Ms. Leiser and also our staff and our division directors. A little bit of attaboys and attagirls going all around. It helps the warm fuzzies. So thank you for all the comments of support. To Chair Henio, we do support that road, 13 miles of unpaved road. We'd love to help response times for public safety. Cost of that thing has gone up in just 2-3 years. It seems like 50 million now. So we do need to continue to advocate, all of us, for additional funding, and then what capacity, and then working with the Laguna Acoma tribe, which again, Ms. Leiser helped set the tone for that one. That will continue to do so. work in advancing that on all levels. So I appreciate your leadership and leadership of the 24th Nomination Council. Let's get her done. And then lastly, I guess to Delegate Yazzie, the hospital GIMC, the new one, they do need one. The old one is just that old, limited, can't enhance capacity anymore. In fact, they're spending a lot of money on repairs and upkeep, maintenance, and operations. So it behooves us all to help the decision makers, IHS and federal government. It is appropriated already. I think it's a $600 million project. Yeah, let's get it done. So we appreciate your leadership there as well. So thank you for all that. I appreciate that. No further comments, Mr. President and Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President and President. With that, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue right now. Oh, no, I do. Madam Chair, good evening, Madam Chair Charles Newton. Are you there?
Good evening, Speaker. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can barely hear you.
Speaker, I'm going to go ahead and send my questions to the President and to the Vice President. I feel like every time we get a report, we never get them answered. I'd like to turn my time over at this time to Delegate Amber Claudia, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. President, you'll be getting questions from Madam Chair Charles Newton. And I'm going to turn the remaining time over, time allocated 4 minutes and 44 seconds to Madam Chair Amber Crotty. Madam Chair Crotty, accept.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Chair Charlton, for the time. And some of the work, I just want to make sure that the work that we do, all of the credit is given to the families and the survivors of violence. Trying to coin this as an initiative by the administration, it's really hurtful to the families who are using their own resources to pay for their awareness walks, to pay for their honor rides, and because currently there's no Navajo Nation funding that has been allocated for missing and murdered Dene relatives' families who are in crisis. And that is why it's so important that we get this missing persons unit formulated and established, so we have an entity that we could fund. But Speaker, we're working on legislation to develop a missing and murdered Dene relatives task force so that our families and community members have a way to provide that information to the council in their recommendations and what have been the struggles as they try to navigate our criminal justice process when it comes to violence in our communities and when one of our Dene relatives is reported missing. What's concerning is from our meeting in Utah was the Sheriff's Department did identify that a letter from our Attorney General was provided or was sent to their Sheriff's Department asking them not to respond to cases on Navajo Nation unless there's initial request from Navajo Nation. Now that counters from what we're hearing from the public and the Utah State Task Force on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples. At that task force meeting, it was actually an outcry from the public on how they could get state or county law enforcement into the communities because of the challenges that our police department faces, whether it's a capacity issue, whether it's transportation issue, whether it's not getting pay that's comparable to surrounding areas. And so how can we deal with that solution is if our community members want law enforcement, and what is the push from the administration to enter into these agreements so that there could either be cross-commissioning or like for instance, in speaking with chapter communities that are closer to Farmington and are very close to county offices, they want to have the ability then for whoever can respond, because it's always about life-saving measures and how we move forward. And what I'm looking at, and I was excused from the Budget and Finance meeting, but the current 2-branch or 3-branch chief agreement really showcased the priorities of the nation and how we use our dollars, using our laws to meet the needs of our people. And I understand what the set-asides, those need to go to those entities. But what's not clear, and for all 3-branch chiefs, why there wouldn't be a funding budget category here for public safety or for our elders if they're chronically underfunded, if those are areas that our public has consistently asked for. And why not identify those areas like veterans so that they can get their allocation and be able to move forward in the planning process? So if executive branch is getting 59.36% of the Navajo Nation budget, how much of that is going to be used for our elders? How much of that funding is going to be used directly for our veterans or our exceptional community who needs help with ADA compliance and RAP? I'm also looking at, in this budget, there is a recommendation, and I wouldn't have agreed to this, that $2 million be set aside for the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget, and also the $40 million that was identified from the permanent trust fund interest. That is an area where we should be focusing in on creating an effective government. And I'd like those questions answered. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
You're quick with that time. I'm gonna start getting you too, Speaker, time. Thank you.
That, colleagues, I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time. Any further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? Not. We go to Vice Chair Smith. 1 minute and 55 seconds. Honorable Vice Chair Smith, going twice on reserve time. You have 1 minute and 55 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, going 3 times. Moving on down, Honorable Vince James, 2 minutes and 23 seconds on reserve time.
Another speaker, other members of the council, those at Kahasi. So, Kodot, not just Kido Lehiki, Aya, Halit out, Aya, Kodot chapter projects in Leniki, Aya, Benda of Nesla, do it out, Aya, K, Hona out, 8 chapters in Leni, the Chitaho after Lehla regarding the ARPA funding that was signed into law. Can you please share that information with us, President? We do have a lot of chapters that are on the line and listening and want to know what are the plans from the President's office to initiate the chapter projects. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you. 1 minute and 40 seconds. That Let me go back to you, Mr. President and Vice President, for response at this time.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, everyone. Thank you for that question, those questions. Delegate Crotty, in regards to the missing persons unit, you know, where nobody's asking for credit. It's really about the Navajo people. We are doing our very best to encourage counties and states to go cross-commissioning. It's up to the county sheriff, county administrator, and the county commission or the supervisor. And we do have some cross-commissioning agreements that are in place, but there are some that are hesitant to provide services here on Navajo. And that's why elections are very important, you know, to put a candidate that is willing to help the Navajo Nation. You know, I want to propose once again to take the Office of Diné Youth out of Doty, including the Youth Council, and taking the aging program out of Department of Health and combine the two, of course, with other programs that would help supplement a youth and elder division or division of youth and elders, where they would get the funding just as other divisions get their funding. The way it is now is the Department of Health gets the big funding and it trickles down to the aging program. Same thing for Department of Diné Education. Sometimes youth is way at the bottom. We take those two and create a new division. It would help give that funding for the youth and the elders. We also approved Eugene So. It was packaged up by the Division of General Services. And then don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to claim credit, but the General Services under the executive branch developed a proposal for $13 million, and that's 107-22, to make our government facilities ADA compliance. And that's currently going through the council for consideration. Auto Delegate James, we're looking at that one-stop shop. We've been working on it. Resource Development Committee has been looking at that, reviewing that, and once that one-stop shop process gets in place, it'll streamline the process, including helping the Fiscal Recovery Fund Office get these projects done a lot quicker. And that's bringing everybody into one room, of course, social distancing, right? With an attorney there, the controller's office, so that we don't have to wait for these documents to get reviewed from different physical location. It'll all be in one spot. That's the one-stop shop. You know, there is a timeline that the council approved in the ARPA resolution for delegates to submit projects for the $8.8 million, those 24 delegate regions that was approved in coordination with the FRF and DCD office. So we will be waiting for those documents, the expenditure plans, because they will have to go before the council once again. But that's the 8.8. That's the 200 plus million. But for the rest that has been approved, water line, electricity, those are going to be moving forward. Reports will be done. And what we're proposing, the reports to be done would be to go to Nabikia Committee on a quarterly basis. The division directors have an enormous task. I appreciate each council committee asking for reports, but it takes away from trying to get these projects done to do reports. So I would propose that Nabikiat quarterly gets an update from FRF office, our divisions, including our Chief of Staff, Paulson Chaco, so we can get this done. We only got 2 years and we're ready to move forward as long as the materials and the supplies are available. That's what we are looking at right now, is trying to get those materials here to get these projects completed. Vice President? All right, back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That information again, the response.
Speaker, question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
Question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. Question of privilege is, Speaker, is the ARPA funds have been allocated. How soon will these building manufacturers be up and running? The president said 2 years is the time frame to encumber these monies. Housing is really important, and how soon will they be done? Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. President, question of privilege.
Well, we're looking at a minimum of 12 months if the materials and the supplies are available, because we have to build a large facility, a warehouse of type. And what we need is to see if NECA and IHA, all the NTUA can find some of these building material. That's where it starts. And then plus the cost of like the wood and the plywood, I know that there has been some concerns from the public. It doesn't cost this much to build a bathroom addition or a home, but yes, it does in this age. If you have been to Home Depot or a lumber company store, you know that the increase in costs for these types of materials has skyrocketed. It's kind of leveling out, and some places going back down, but still, in some places it has doubled, and that's what we have to contend with. So I appreciate that question, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
That, colleagues, let me go ahead and continue on back onto the reserve time. I have Honorable Charlene So, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Honorable Charlene So, going twice with 3 minutes and 15 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Charlene So, going 3 times. Honorable Charlene So, that's the third, it's the second time I called with no response on you coming around, just for the record. Moving on down, Honorable Keon Begay, 4 minutes and 56 seconds on reserve time.
This Chair. Adok, Shantano Flinigi, 24th Navigation Council. Quickly, President Nasdo, Vice Presidents Liza Kodo. There was a memo that was sent out by the DALTEC several months ago directing staff not to inform delegates about situation at the senior center. Koko yego itil andahas iki ko halit ala ikodo adon hilkhana no kodo ba yati, but at the same time a senior center or sani dos tweet and lindigi ade yen hiya sana da hotlo yanda andati to ado beta tani da andati hidit no ben hiya elhit a ko aki ki jon hat no plestol na kiona diki a cell tower NTUA just told me last week that they are not near even starting anything. But I believe that you visited the community a month ago or 2 months ago that it was going to be ready by in July. And I believe that it's not going to go anywhere again. Mountain cell tower. What will it take for a cell tower to be established in Low Mountain community? Burkhorn Valley, 8068 and 8069. I've been bugging into INDOT at BIA regarding the Donkey Wash crossing. Almost a year ago, but it's still the same. Post office for Cottonwood and Low Mountain. The council approved legislation for written and oral report by the United States Postal Service that hasn't even gone anywhere, and I've been bugging the Department of Justice to see what they need to do to help, maybe even file a suit on behalf of how post office is delivering service on the Navajo Nation. Failed septic system across the Navajo Nation within my 5 region, 200. As of today, I haven't heard anything that BIA, OEH, and IHS are doing anything about these failed septic system. Veterans, Bayatke, Ado Kodo Hawan. I was told I was only getting 3 homes veterans for my region, but I have five veterans. 5 chapters, and I have over 200 housing lists. Why did I only get 3 veterans home? Maybe I need a direct response from the veterans director to my 5 veterans organization. Windmill, I've asked the drought contingency plan to the division director as of today. This is almost a month ago, but haven't received anything. Windmills, earthen dam, the smart highway. I appreciate Kodo. It was included in the opera funding legislation, and now the real work begins in working and sitting down with the Arizona governor's office, Nana. So I'd like to get response on those items, Chairman, Speaker. Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 1 minute and 9 seconds. Thank you. That we go on down to Honorable Eugene So, 46 seconds. Honorable Eugene So going twice. 46 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Eugene So going 3 times. Honorable Eugene So, for the record, I called on you twice and there was no response. With that, moving on down, Chairman Hino, 3 minutes and 41 seconds on reserve time.
we can back on.
Every time at 3 minutes and 39 seconds. That moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 55 seconds.
Yeah, Speaker, I don't base my son and the report from the president. We're really looking forward to that manufacturing place be conducted so we can get homes built as soon as possible. Reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
1 minute, 38 seconds. Let me go back to the president for response at this time.
All right, thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Vice President is gonna go and greet the family real quick. They're at our office or at the Division of Natural Resources. So he'll be going there and coming back shortly. Kealan Begay in regards to Daltex and the senior centers. NDOH has provided updates to the oversight with oversight committee. HES. I know that there are concerns about food shortages and staff using their own money to purchase food, but we were assured that there is funding available. There's some senior centers that don't have their managers and slows down the process to get food, order food to those senior centers. So in regards to the visit that we had in Low Mountain, we pretty much did package up our end, recommending that those 2 towers get built. It was mentioned that Chairman Nez would be sponsoring the bill because it has to get approved by RDC. But what we'll do is we'll follow up to see where we are on that. Our commitment was made and our commitment was within that document that needs to be legislated for those 2 towers in Low Mountain. 8068, 8069. We will get Garrett to give you an update on that. The post office issue in many farms. We also have an issue. We want a zip code to be established for Delcon community, for the Delcon Medical Center. Right now, all their mail goes to Winslow. There's also another issue in Gouldings, but I think the chapter, J2 chapter, took care of that by putting the post office within the Welcome Center. We did bring this to the attention of the White House, and we asked for tribal consultation with the U.S. Postal Service. There's really no provision for the USPS to have tribal consultation with tribes, but we did request it. And we will inform you when that meeting gets set up. We are aware of the failed septic systems, and that is the reason we're proposing that some of that donation funds, there's a few $1,000,000 still remaining that's unbudgeted, to be utilized for those failed septic systems and to clean out those those septic systems that are needing to be addressed. 3 homes is 3 homes for all 110 chapters. So that's 330 homes for our veterans. That is the reason why we proposed a housing manufacturing facility, so we can begin to build our own homes above and beyond that, because money's there, Veterans Trust Fund, the NHA funding, and CHID for our elders, Community Housing Infrastructure Department. Windmills and earthen dams, or please send those numbers to us. Windmills and earthen dams are being repaired all across the Navajo Nation. But we can't do much unless we get the number or the GPS from those communities. We do have money in there from the agricultural, the drought funding to repair earthen dams and windmills. And just then, when Vice President was transitioning out, I didn't catch Henio's question. Chairman Henio. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Chairman Henry just had a reserve time. Mr. President. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions at this time? Before I go back to reserve time.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege by Honorable Keelan Begay.
There's 2 areas that the Cordova President has alluded to. The post office for the Salina Conduit and the Low Mountain area. The last question was the smart highway. Chairman.
Okay, with that, Mr. President, let me go back to you for follow-up on those with a point of privilege. Just if there's any further recommendation, or I'll go back to you, Mr. President.
All right. The Department of Justice's Economic and Community Development Unit has been working to address these postal service issues. As I was saying, Delcon, Grovings, and now Sethana Cottonwood. And the ECDU from DOJ is working with the USPS, United States Postal Services, to have a tribal consultation. And when we do, we will bring the need for, bring the awareness for these communities to their attention. And we'll be setting up that meeting. We will invite you once that gets scheduled. And the White House has been very good at scheduling meetings for us. Also, Senator Ben Ray Lujan's office has been helping us, including Representative Tom O'Halloran with his staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, let me go ahead and go again, colleagues. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time.
I'm sorry, Speaker. Jonathan here. I was trying to, if I may, Speaker.
Yes.
The smart highways.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a long day. I just remembered that, and I know Delegate Alan Begay has been advocating for the smart highways through 191, and those broadband telecommunications discussions that we've been having. Tico Charlie has been at the forefront of those discussions. So, as was mentioned, there's some funding in the ARPA bill that was passed, $10 million, I believe, to help out with that initiative. Thank you, Delegate Keelan McGee. Back to you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, again, let me go back to since there's no one in the queue at this time.
Speaker, this is Daniel.
Honorable Herman Daniels.
Yes, put me in the queue.
Honorable Herman Daniels, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adonana Kudo 24th Navajo Nation Council. Kudo. Adonan his staff, Legislative Council, DOJ. Adonta Kudo to the House Sunday that in the Shiki Ashpo. Adoshe Kahas Kudo that in Australia Kudo. Adonta Kudo Shanale. Mr. President. Adonta Shitla Ash, Mr. Vice President. Kudo Kisna House Net Kudo. Kudo Nagaibe, Benda as the Shikido Nana Kudo. Benda Hagi Kudo, Eben Kisna House Wash Net Kudo. AIC here Kudo. Accord Kudo and the hot the snake Kudo. Eben he is me. Hard she the hot is and the hot Eben he is me. And the hot go hole. Count the in the hot or let not kiss count. Don't shut door. I don't let us let that go. Hard got that all leg head of the Kobe kitchen how the best cheap and kitchen how the I don't know last year or one net had they okay the whole a crocodile that the Nash ego equado a quagoshin a that sounds in the whole. Even though 2 years though was elected dealing with this pandemic. So I see that we're doing right or that the behind that we're doing right over that we lost for 2 years. So God. The cocoa a saggy date the cocoa I don't think ill that's in that's so I don't that's in front about this case that the Christian that she lobby how out and the year on him like the net of year on ya on to ya on the whole. I don't know any need clinic to ya on it and then I see it all. I don't been that just done a lot or ya the hill here with ya deal ho. I got a year on him like I don't know to in heat either. Father she's now without it translate ho. I don't this shade to get and the cargo and can like yego. But hot end the Nan the slat that zag AIC by hands and Mr. President. Nala are the Vice President. The Utah Water Settlement Agreement. The signing ceremony that happened on the 27th of May. AIC Frago by hands and that Zaho Ali with the by not only than the Queen is now or Deco. Ya dash Yoko. May 27th, I eat that way in Belan Lego.
Kadi koto ne na matolles koto poki 81,500 acre feet per year. Chinese idolles. O yugo be kedi glass. Magita that aronan economic development. That egota. What that ecoto is benahit araben natisness moving forward. Aronan koto ARPA funds koto belan legi. Edo koto ben basilness. Edo satatza. Kadi koto that one that the niche a quite fish kid ho. Of course, if I've been the way I see those ego back in San Codo, but all his days, so one down hall the circle. A call Hodo them a question that the senior sectors that I don't know, preschool that agent that it a shake with they've been not at these in the show. A cocoa at the nation right age candidates and Lenigi for president. Aronanakoto Navajo Nation Council candidates and Lenigi at the nation not all yegi the Dutch best. The Dutch best get the Osia. Do you hope that ARPA funds may Meligi? The Dutch best get best get the Bada Ella seat Lego. That not all yegi. So the Hashatan Meta. About and could not measure could I guess not at these with all the way could all these your term at that the Christian dead the town is vehicle I don't see which nana nane cricota not at these show. Although you could at it now you could or you could at the bank now it is about it since with Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. Let me go ahead and go back now to reserve time. I have no one else in the queue. Any other further comments, colleagues, before I go back to reserve time? Maybe that's all the delegates. Honorable Vince James, 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Another speaker and members of the council, President, can you please give a report regarding the financial status of the ARPA and FRF business unit that was given to you, and what you spent so far, and what is your balance as of today? And then also, number 2 is, are you going to be providing training update work sessions regarding the process for the chapter and regional ARPA projects? How are you addressing the personnel vacant pay rate issues under the ARPA office? And if you can extend it into the Navajo Nation job vacancy listing. Number 3 is, can you provide us an update regarding the water and the wastewater with the Navajo Nation ARPA funding and the SDS listing, NTUA listing, Department of Water Resource listing? When will the bathroom additions begin? This is all under ARPA. And then as my region, we submitted 27 items, proposals for my chapters, the 5 chapters that I represent. Have those 27 proposals been submitted to DOJ, and have they been approved? I think these questions would have been answered if you would have attended the ARPA legislation work sessions and questions that we had. So I think this is a great opportunity to ask and to get a response back. Those are my 6 questions. Again, reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 2 seconds. Let me go back to you, Mr. President, for response at this time.
All right. Thank you, Speaker and members of the council. And as I look through the listing here, which has been provided through the many work sessions, we'll send out an update that was developed pursuant to the bill that was approved. As you know, no line item veto. So the legislation, what was approved, is intact, which spends the entire $2+ billion. So there's no funding that's just unallocated. So then to the question, Delegate James, there's $42 million went back into the pot from the executive branch for the administrative cost. That would help out with getting additional dollars to the hardship assistance. So what is remaining is, let me also state too that the legislative branch also put some $5 million back into these projects that were approved. So the administrative cost that was allocated to, at least for the legislative and the executive, had decreased significantly. And so right now, those are all budgeted out. And most of it is for staff. Tom has been hiring folks for the FRF and has brought in some great professionals to help them move the office forward. And then the accounting, of course, it's going to be public record because these are public monies. We will provide that update to you, including the bathroom additions, I mean, all of it, not just bathroom additions, but all the projects that were approved. And again, I ask that we do it quarterly so that our team can get done, can get to work. And these reports be done at the committee of the whole or Nabikia committee. We will, well, I would just recommend the invitation to Rosalind So to give you an update on the SDS projects, because those are being worked on as we speak. So all the water projects, the SDS, water resources, NTA are in the packet that they received, that you all received during the deliberation. But again, we will send that information over to the council. So thank you, Speaker Damon and council members.
Question of privilege, Delegate James.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, let me go ahead and go back to the floor. Well, actually, sorry. Question of privilege, Honorable Vince James.
Thank you, Senate Speaker, and the members of the council. So, President, just really quick, are you saying that you don't want to provide any of the answers to the 6 questions that I asked? Thank you.
Question of privilege. Mr. President, I'll go back to you to clarify your response.
All right. Thank you, Speaker, members of the council, Delegate James. We welcome you to come to get an update on your area, if that's what you're asking for your region. We're happy to do that. We can submit, again, those projects to your email address. So you have the updates once again. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, let me go ahead. Wow. Sorry, it's been a long day. I don't have anybody else in the queue, colleagues, but is there any other further comments or questions before I go back to reserve time? We are on receiving the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation and Vice President of the Navajo Nation. Let me go ahead and continue on down to reserve time. Honorable Charlene So, 3 minutes, 15 seconds. Honorable Charlene So, going twice, 3 minutes and 15 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Charlene So, going 3 times. Again, this is the 3rd time that I called upon you and there was no response. Moving on down. Honorable Keon Begay, 1 minute and 9 seconds on reserve time.
The other area could natural resource, but that Jiki Twanda Gihaki for our Navajo livestock owner. Twandini I see but in the most remote area of the Navajo Nation. Watering points is one area that I believe that the administration really needs to work on. And then the other one is if I don't know, Shanala, Bikaya has already they can they went right down with all the water. So if you could look around, forests, the trees, the pinions are dying out, and I believe bark beetle, I think it's really taken over of all the forest land in some region of the Navajo Nation. And how is it the Navajo Nation Department helping in I don't know what the plan is to defeat a lot of these situations across our forests. Koko Edeya, that ego kodo the program and the administration really needs to look into. Shnantano Stingi ko I kodo o Kehanan Hitish do Listo Ado kodo Dr. Yellerman memo last week. I've been requesting for having a work session with all my 5 chapters regarding the research.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. Moving on down. Honorable Eugene So, 46 seconds.
Speaker, if I would appreciate if the staff don't just mute me. I don't know if my time was out, but I think that's just what happened. I was just muted.
Honorable Keon Begay, I called on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you right now.
Honorable Keon Begay, I called on you 3 times, and you were still continuing to talk.
Well, I didn't hear you, Speaker. So again, apologize, but I appreciate if the staff don't just mute me. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff, don't mute him.
Thank you.
Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 46 seconds. On reserve time. Good evening, Honorable Eugene So. Going twice, Honorable Eugene So. You have 46 seconds left in reserve time. Eugene So going 3 times. On Eugene So, I did call on you 3 times and you did not respond. That moving on down. Chairman Hino, 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Line of reserve time.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Agustin Speaker Damon, the Coordination 24th Navigation Council, we're still together. You hearing, questioning, and dialogues out. I was, like I said earlier, I was in Alamo all day for a chapter meeting, and then I took a drive around the subdivision, NHA subdivision, and there's a subdivision right in the middle of a rental area where these houses have been built since 1980 something, and some of those houses are so dilapidated now that they need to be renovated. But they paid their home ownership units. They've long been paid off a long time ago. And so at this point, I don't believe NHA has anything to do with those houses anymore. So I'm just thinking how we as a nation could help the 10 families that are living in there with rebuilding some of these homes that were originally built by NHA. That's one area. Then the other area covers social service, senior citizens office in Alamo is pretty much deteriorated and it needs a lot of attention. I brought this up to Dr. Jim to take a site visit herself, but I don't think that will happen. In the past, we've asked for upper management to come out, but nothing usually does happen. So the officials will probably try to work it out themselves somehow to get the Senior Citizens Center back up to par. And last part, again, this is something that I've been knocking on doors and everything on your door, President. Nothing is happening. Opportunity slipping away. Earlier, I heard Vice President say opportunity zone. Well, I mean, this ranch, the Chavez Ranch in Tojile, right in the middle of the opportunity zone, and we're just letting it slip away. And I'm afraid that the Pueblo Laguna will be snatching it up pretty soon if we just sit on our thumbs here. Talking about due diligence and everything, when the family's given the opportunity to let us work through our due diligence, and they issue us a letter of intent to tell the family that nation is interested, but let us do our due diligence first. Please put your sale on hold, and then that way we'll come back to you. But then there's nothing. So I'm just right now I'm just kind of using hope in this administration to actually do anything for the citizens of Tuojile to expand their land base. Chris, Speaker David, reserve my time if I have any left.
Reserve your time at 50 seconds. Moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute and 38 seconds.
Take care, Speaker. The President, OPP, Vice President, I just got a call from late at night. It is like pulling, I guess you could say, teeth trying to get home site lease. Okay, that's it. Or near now that. Mr. Black, the Hinkado was in the lobbyist, Mr. Smith, got Benyay home site lease. Okay, and that's one thing that they're really wanting to get that clarified, because ARPA funds. Adonana, they don't want to have any more exploration for the helium, and they sent a resolution, and it's forthcoming. They oppose that, any helium development. They should, without this reserve time.
50? Every time at 50 seconds. Now, let me go back to you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you, Speaker and members of the council. Although, terms of Kiel and Bigay's question, you know, we are looking at, or Navajo Nation Washington office is looking at, Lashana, so looking at the blue book, playbook, I'm sorry, for the infrastructure or the bipartisan infrastructure law. You know, there's a lot of fundings for different initiatives in there. One of the things that I heard when I was visiting with, or when I was invited to get an update on the fire in Santa Fe with President Biden and the leadership there. There is money in climate change, for climate change initiatives, because as you noted, the infestation of bark beetles, the drought, the forest turning yellow, you know, there's an opportunity in there to go after some healthy forests initiatives or forest management initiatives, cleaning out or clearing out some of the debris, just like they had with Fore Fry in the Apache Coconino County, those forests down South County and into Coconino County as well, to thin out the forests. And I think that's something that we really need to do here on Navajo, to thin out the forests, because we had, I think, 4 or 5 small fires these past couple of weeks because of the lightning. And we thank God that it didn't spread. But there's a lot of debris, thick debris. Once that fire starts, it can move rapidly. And so, you know, we can cut down some of the trees. Of course, my land or grazing areas will come into discussion, but some of those trees can be cut down and used as fuel for people during the winter. So we are looking at ways to bring in other additional resources to Navajo for the drought. Watering points is another. As you may know, we received some funding for these watering points. Division of Community Development and Water Management have put some of these watering points throughout the Navajo Nation in various communities, but they just have a little, you know, small hose, and it takes a long time for community members to fill up their big tanks. So we're wanting to transition that to a larger hose, so that people can get more water and utilize those watering points on Navajo. That initiative will continue. So please let us know what communities are in need of watering points. Delegate Kiel and Bigay. And then we'll get Dr. Yellman to touch bases with you as well, get you an update. Delegate Hino in Negshe has much funding, and I'm happy to help write a letter to address those homes that need to be renovated. You know, for the Alamo Senior Center, that $8 million that's going to per delegate region can be used for that project to renovate the senior center. So we can help you package that up and get it through the vetting process at the Department of Justice. Those, and you also mentioned the Chavez ranches. There's two that the Chavez family oversees, one in Alamo and the one in Tuajile. And so there's one that's moving forward. We did send a letter to the county.
Point of privilege. Hold on, Mr. President. There's a point of privilege. Good evening, Chairman Hino. What is your point of privilege?
Speaker Damon Adakadam. President, they're getting things wrong here. As Chavez Ranch, you know what I'm talking about, which one? The one in Tojile. That's the one I've been addressing.
Right.
And that's the only family, only property that's owned this family overseas. The new one in Alamo is a totally different family.
I know.
And it's called Ignacio Chavez family. So that's totally different. Thank you, Speaker David.
Thank you for the clarification through the point of privilege.
Right.
Mr. President, let me go back to you.
All right. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, delegates, and thank you, Chairman Hino. I'm just mentioning that comment of loss of hope. It's not like we're not doing anything, you know. We're working with the chairman, working with the local communities, and the ranch in Alamo is moving forward, and gave them a letter to help that. And Tuajile, the Chavez ranch there, the letter of intent is ready for execution. And there's been a lot of due diligence on that, as was mentioned. And it'll be up to the council. I mean, it's a hefty price tag. You know, I know that there's decisions on purchasing Gouldings, purchasing other lands, and, you know, at a hefty amount, Chavez Ranch can be bought. But it's going to be up to the council, and there's going to be other lands that might not be able to be purchased because it's going to take a significant amount of money. But it's up to the lawmakers, and of course, Gouldings has been a priority as well, and it's getting close to getting an amount too as well. And not to mention other delegates are recommending land purchases. And we don't have a big pot in the land acquisition trust fund. So, thank you. Letter of intent is ready to go, sir. Speaker.
Question of privilege, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And question of privilege. Good evening, Vice Chair Smith. What is your question of privilege?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My question was, I got a call from on Hudzi, and they're really concerned about the home site. I didn't hear anything responding back to that because they hear that the ARPA dollars are available and they want to get those home site leases squared away. And I didn't hear no response on how to address that because we have a unique situation down there. It's not like the big Navajo, and O'Neill is the oversight of new landers down there. So, I did kid. And then the other one was the helium. They're opposing that severely because of them not compliance with the grazing folks and the land users and the environmental and all the aspects of them keeping that area clear. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Well, let me go. I see the president probably maybe I took the floor away from you too soon, Mr. President. Let me go back to you. I know you were still talking there. So, Mr. President, let me go back to you to finish your response at this time.
Thank you, Speaker and Vice Chair Smith. On the home site leasing process, we're in the we are hiring staff through the administrative costs from the FRF so that we can have a compliance officer, someone that can do the biological real quick, and yes, the home site lease for not just one area, but all in the Navajo Nation, because that's going to be needed when we're putting up homes. And somebody brought up a thought, and I know Mike Colon has been working on that, is to grandfather, I think that's what we call it, some of these homes that have, you know, they're already built. They've been sitting there for many years. So it's not like you can tear it down because there's no home site lease. And I think those homes should have some type of waiver and be able to get electricity and running water. And even federal monies for renovation if needed. Because federal monies does need a archaeological clearance and a home site lease. So I agree with you there, Vice Chair Smith. And we can work together. I know you wanted to talk. We can make that a talking point at our meeting. And I appreciate the no helium. I know that there are other communities that are saying no to helium, no to hydrogen, no to a lot of things. But we are looking at ways to bring in new revenue. But the cost of hurting Mother Earth, you know, that's always a question. And so I'm willing to see what the technology holds these days. Of course, the one helium place up in Sonosti area was approved many, many years ago. And so the technology may have changed, updated to do things a lot safer for humans and others. And so I know that legislation is before the council, so we will be listening intently to that debate. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Back to you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. I don't have anybody else. Good evening, everyone. If you're joining us, time now is 7:34 p.m. We are on our first day of the Navajo Nation Council Summer Session. Today's date, July 18th. We are on item number 4, which is receiving the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. At this time, I'm going back to the floor, actually to reserve time. And at that reserve time, I'll go ahead and give some time over to delegates that have reserved time still, if they want to further ask some more questions or comments on the State of the Nation address at this time that the President and Vice President's giving. So we'll go back to the floor. Honorable Vince James, 2 seconds on reserve time. Honorable Vince James. Oh, we waived it?
Another speaker waived your time.
Okay. Waives your time. Thank you, Honorable Vince James. That moving on down. Chairman Hinu, 50 seconds on reserve time.
Speaker Freeland, can you put me in the queue, please? Thank you.
Okay, so Speaker David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chairman.
Again, Speaker David, I don't listen to President is for your response to the questions I've had. And now for the Alamo Ignacio Chavez stretch. That's against the strict timeline with the courts also. And one of the requirements is the land management plan. And I've sent email to Dr. Shabala and Director Leo Watchman. Again, no response, nothing. And so I sent another secondary email requesting to see if the land management plan could be developed, because I know they have a template. Again, birds are not tripping anywhere. There's no response. So maybe this is just how it is with the administration, I'm thinking, because every time we ask a question, there's no response.
Chairman Hinu.
So thank you. For time?
Thank you. That moving on down. Vice Chair Smith, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
That 48 seconds on reserve time. Moving on down, Honorable Freeland, good evening. Floor is yours.
Good evening, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, President Ms. Vice President Liza, good evening. I wanted just to propose an idea and a recommendation. As our tenures kind of draw towards a close, and something for us to consider is maybe development of an economic roadmap, and how can we put all of our minds together and develop a kind of a blueprint on how we can look at funding the future of the Navajo Nation government. Looking at all potential avenues for new revenue sources. And remember, as new delegates, one of our first huge debates that we had was over the closure of Kanta Mine and Navajo Generating Station. How can we look at replenishing that $40 million and creating another $40 million or even $80 million on top of that? How can we fund our programs sufficiently? How can we fund programs to have travel vehicles? How can we have help programs meet their unmet needs? It would be great to develop a blueprint and have an economic plan going forward, so the next administration or the 25th Council can take off with that blueprint and say, this is what we need to start looking at or working on, is looking at these new sources of revenue. It's building upon the future of the Navajo Nation government. And I think if we can start looking at something like that, how can we create new sources of revenue? Working with Tax Commission on recreation or reestablishing the tax base. I don't want to bring up natural resources, but how do we deal with natural resources? There's so many avenues that we could look at on creating funding sources, but how do we look at that subsequently in its entirety? And all of us as leaders, we need to start thinking about that in the future of the Navajo Nation, and establishing that blueprint would really solidify, the future for not only ourselves, but more importantly for our people, and how we proceed forward as Navajo people, and the government, and ensuring that the government has stability financially. So just a recommendation and something for us to consider. I know we have a Navajo economist from Crown Point, and I'm so proud of her, Ms. Murphy. We could utilize her talent and start getting ideas and be creative. I would like for our committee, as maybe even as delegates, to be involved with that as well with RDC and as oversight of economic development. But even our controller needs to be involved, or Office of Management Budget, and bringing everyone together to create these ideas and solidify these ideas. But a roadmap would be great. I just wanted to look at that. We're also looking at finishing up our discussions with the states, and one area that we're going to be focusing on is the state of Utah. Maybe if you have some time, President, we can touch base with you. But we're looking at having some discussion with Utah leadership in Salt Lake City with the state task force, and something we need to talk about. We have several key topics on there, but if you have some time, if you can come up to Salt Lake and meet with us in the state task force, that would be great. So just ADF speaker, I'll go ahead and reserve my time. I don't know how much time I have left, but I wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you with that. 1 minute and 9 seconds. We go back to Mr. President for response at this time.
All right. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, council members. Thank you, delegates, for those questions. For the Alamo Chavez family acquisition, the land management plan is being requested by the courts. And so that's very difficult to comprehend. We shouldn't be told how to acquire land from the courts, and that's always been something that kind of threw us off, because a lot of the demand is from the courts there. But the management plan is being addressed by Leo, Mr. Watchman.
Point of privilege, Speaker Eugenio.
Chair Henio, please give us a moment. We're having some technical difficulties here in the chambers.
Point of privilege, Speaker Eugenio. Can you hear me?
Sorry. I was trying to run to the little boys' room. Chairman Henio, point of privilege. Good evening. What's your point of privilege?
Good evening. Speaker Damon. President Nez, again, a correction here. The land management plan is not being required by the courts, as you stated. It's a requirement from the Navajo Land Department. They are asking for a land management plan. So that's why we need to, it's their request from the Navajo Nation, not the courts. Yes, to the Speaker Damon.
Thank you for that point of privilege or clarification. Let me go back to you, Mr. President.
All right. Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, 24th Navajo Nation Council. I don't want to argue. The courts are involved in that acquisition, so we appreciate. But it's moving forward, and once you get the information, you can package it up for review, and we'll expedite that review, the executive branch side, so you can get it before the Navajo Nation Council. All right. Delegate Freeland, Thank you again for your support and being the champion for the American Rescue Plan Act. I know it was a long process, and last Friday we signed it into law. And it's just been a coordinated effort by everyone, the executive branch personnel and the division directors and the council, you know, give and take. And that's the reason why there was no line item vetoes. You know, I think 80% of the original bill was passed intact. 20% was, you know, those amendments. And I'm not the one to say it's my way or the highway. I mean, $8.8 million going to 24 regions. And you all have the oversight on some of your projects, which is, you know, I think that's a compromise. And so overall, I think we did our very best to approve this bill, which will improve the quality of life for our Navajo Nation. So thank you for being that champion, Delegate Freeland. The blueprint, economic development, got an economist on board. We're going to be updating a lot of these plans, and some of these plans are really outdated. And with the help of the Vice President here and the Economic Recovery Work Group, we're looking at ways to empower our businesses and get some stores and restaurants, cafes, whatever, economic development built here on the Navajo Nation. Let's have a destination. So thank you for that. And I will turn the time over to our Vice President if he has anything to add on economic development. I think that meeting with the family, I have one family member still here watching actually. Any additional comments, Vice President? And thank you for meeting with the family as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening again. Yes, we are done with that. But I guess to that question, I missed kind of the focus of that. But the President's right. The the pandemic has changed the way society operates in our history, and how do we insert the Navajo narrative here? We have so much need. We already saw that even in a pandemic, when we close our nation down, our people still are consumers. And so we know we only have limited amount of grocery stores. At that, to remedy that, we need to bring the cost of goods down to those grocery stores. We've floated the idea of starting the Rural Independent Grocers Association to bring food and to supply those area C stores and hybrid marketplaces, grocery stores. Because food costs will be extremely high, because the delivery point the origin will be from FOB, Phoenix, Albuquerque, maybe Denver in some areas, but starting at the supply chain area would help contain costs and help those stores be more profitable. Those are the dynamics that we have fought for years. Those trading posts that were dotted the land here on Deneta. They had a great clientele that supported them because they traded basically. But when you lose that mechanism, the money readily flows off the nation, goes to the border towns, and never with the promise of returning. So we have to aid that. We have to plug those holes of our pleading here. And you and I have the answer there. Shopping more frequently here on Navajo, and that's the bare bones minimum. And then ultimately investment in the Navajo Nation by not only us, the Navajo Nation. You heard me allude to earlier about spending some of the people's money, accessing the Citizen Fund and some of our reserves, and spending money to make more money down the road. That's kind of economic development at its finest, investing in our own and bringing tag-along capital. So we're willing to work with any of you all, the 24 delegates, bring new investment to your region by virtue of opportunity zones, by virtue of what we call free enterprise zones, or FEZ on the res. We wish to unfurl this and to bring it to your region here. And we have a lot of ideas. We have a lot of needs. And really the simplest economy is finding those needs and then filling those needs here. And as we go forward, we look forward to working with you all. You all have $8 million in your coffer there, every delegate. Let's spend it. Let's spend it for the people. Let's bring vital economic development and business opportunities to your people, your region. And we look forward to helping you do that. So right now, we just want to, I guess, appease the need that we have. And so I'm confident in our ability to work together and to meet and overcome our problems and to accomplish the goals that we all seek. Together we can gain significant opportunities for our citizens. And we look forward to working with you. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our President did convene a meeting with people that are here to visit with us. So that's what your leadership does, is we're open to meeting with any and all. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, Lon.
Thank you very much for that, colleagues. Good evening again, everyone. Let me go ahead and go back. We are receiving the State of the Nation address from the President of the Navajo Nation. Colleagues, is there any other further comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time? There's none. We go back to reserve time. I have Honorable Vice Chair Smith, 48 seconds.
Yeah, last speaker and President of the Navajo Nation and Vice President, those that are listening on board. There is a situation that I'd like to address. There's no water up in Tlagato for folks that live up on the Trans-Western Pipeline. There used to be a pipeline housing up there, and they were using our water at one point in time. I went to Water Resources, and they were at least helping out, but it kind of went on the coal side of the burner. And I need to get that resurrected so that folks can get water in that area. They need water. I don't think it's on the SDS system. I'd like to ask President to help out and get Water Resources to give me a hand. Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smith. That moving on down. Honorable Freeland, on reserve time, 1 minute and 9 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, President Nez and Vice President Laser, thank you. Thank you for that response, President. Another, just kind of a heads up. We did meet with the Morgan family today in regards to the loss of their two beloved and beautiful daughters to domestic violence from the Crown Point area. And I would love to see, and I did mention this to the Vice President, he was in one of our meetings later on this afternoon, was the creation of a domestic violence shelter in Crown Point. How could we establish that, have these discussions, and protect our women and our loved ones in this setting? And unfortunately, it does happen. It happens everywhere, prevalent to either alcohol or drug abuse. But we also have to continue to pray for all the families and those who have suffered through domestic violence. But we really do need a domestic violence shelter in Crown Point and Eastern Agency. How can we begin that discussion, Chantal? And, we had a very lengthy discussion with the families today. And thank you to Honorable Crotty, Honorable Nate Brown for assisting. So, yeah, thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, I don't have anyone else in reserve time. Let me go back to Mr. Vice President.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for Delegate Smith. We will speak, and we could probably work with you on this here, finding out that water, the area where there's no water, we can forward this to DNR, but also I think mainly to the Water Resources Department, and maybe even our buddy Rex over at NTUA, just to eliminate our gaps of knowledge and how we can advocate for you. How can we bring water to that region? So we do want to put it on the warm side of the burner. That's what we wish to do. So the fact that it's not on the SDS list here, it is burdensome, at least initially, but we know too that there's opportunities here for us to collaborate and bring water to that region. So all's not lost yet. So we have our commitment to work with you and the powers that be to bring water to that region. So thank you for that. Delegate Freeland, also, yes, thank you for meeting with the family there, the Morgan family. But we also know we need to advocate for, the domestic violence shelter in Crown Point, and then much more, all in the whole Navajo Nation. And you're right, alcohol and drug abuse is very prevalent all over the nation. And domestic violence is a symptom of that. And largely, as we work to heal our families by bringing resources, bringing jobs, we know that's a derivative of economic development, and the lack thereof is families that are hurting, families that don't know how to remedy the situation, and obviously they, fall to those drugs and alcohol. But we also want to know all the resources that are out there, the national networks to end domestic violence. But we also want to know too that we have resources, right? And so we did. I'm glad that we had our division directors for Department of Social Services, our Department of Health was there as well, our executive director, OPVP was there, and then our 24th Navajo Nation Council was there. So I think we all advocate. We want to see results almost as quick as the family. Nobody wants to see results faster than the family does. And so we're going to collaborate to streamline our policies here, perhaps changing laws. And so that's up to our 24th Navajo Nation Council here, but the advocacy and collaboration with the family there, words cannot suffice. I was struggling to bring words that would bring aid and that would bring solace to the family. And yet perhaps the leadership that we all could work together to appropriate funds, draw from our coffers, right? I mean, we're the equivalent of a $5 billion company. We do have resources at our hand, and so we need to access those for the benefit of those who we advocate for. And so we hope to work with you all to continue to meet the challenge of all of our families here on the Nitra. And we also wish to elevate this to the White House level. We do call on our White House people, leadership to come to the Navajo Nation, and all of those entities to come to the Navajo Nation as previous administrations have done, and help us be boots on the ground here, help us advocate here at the highest level, because I know they have access to funding, and then policies can be changed if congressional, fix is in our future. And then we wish to work with the intergovernmental affairs there. Let's bring our buddy Paul Rivera here on the scene here. So it's all hands on deck, really. And I think we all can use our brain trust, our think tank here to bring solutions that will benefit our people. And so again, being front and center with the family there, I had no words. I was struggling with words, but obviously going forward with prayer, concerted prayer from you all there in the 24th Navajo Nation Council and the Office of the President, Vice President, we can bring some remedy, and we can advocate with Congress and the Senate as well, and also the current administration let's bring our people the aid, and let's bring them the recovery that they so much deserve. So we thank you. Thank you for those, Delegate Smith and Delegate Freeland. Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, and response to members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With that, colleagues, going back to the floor, I don't have anybody else in the queue, and I do not have anybody else with reserved time. Colleagues, accepting the State of the Nation address, we do have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to the board if there's no other response at this time. Going twice. Going three times. Let's go to the board to accept the State of the Nation address from the President and Vice President of the Navajo Nation.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
I'm not muted. Calvin Begay Jr. votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Yeah, this is Delegate Amber Canespa Crotty. So no justice, no approval on this report. Red on the report. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland. Honorable Mark Freeland votes green via text. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green via text. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Otto. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. With a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and speaker not voting, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. President and Vice President, for being here with us throughout the afternoon and into this evening. With that, colleagues, moving on down on our agenda. Colleague,
Speaker,
number 6, receiving a report from, actually not item number 5, receiving a report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. I have been in contact with Madam Chief Justice throughout the day, and she is did someone say something? Herman Daniels?
Mr. Speaker, it's been a long day, Mr. Speaker. To make a motion to recess.
That's motion to recess at 8:09 p.m.
Delegate Yellowhair, motion second.
by Honorable Daniels, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, for some reason, your phone is not coming through correctly this evening, or maybe it's just my ears. Madam Chair, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me, Speaker?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, so Speaker, I do have a question. I would call a point of privilege to ask. If we do a motion to recess, do we pick up with reports tomorrow again, or do we just go automatically into legislation?
With this motion, we automatically go to legislations. That, colleagues, there's a motion recess at 8:09 p.m. Motions by Honorable Daniel, second by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Point of privilege by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Good evening, Madam Chair. What is your point of privilege?
Speaker, well, it's more of a question directed to you, Speaker. How do we pick back up with reports tomorrow? We still have to get the controller's report, and I'm still very interested in hearing directly with the veterans issue especially in light of the fact that we go straight into budget right after summer session is over. And I think that we need time to prepare on how to address the shortfall that the veterans were talking about today, Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, there's two things. One of them is all these reports have item number 5, 6, 7, 8, A, B, C, D, and E will all be having written reports that have been given. And I think everybody received those. And then also too, on item number 9, the written reports have been accepted to, or have been emailed out to everyone. One is that you can accept that with the motion, or 2, you can ask Honorable Herman Daniels to modify his request to go into tomorrow and start changing his motion to pick up where we left off with starting by receiving reports instead of going straight into legislations. That, colleagues, point of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton. Good evening. What is your point of privilege?
Speaker, thank you for providing the recommendation. So if I do ask Delegate Daniels to modify, do I do that to point of privilege, or is this motion to recess up to debate?
You can't ask it during a point of privilege, but you can ask to put you in the queue on the recess.
Can you put me on the queue for recess then?
Okay, with that, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 5 minutes on the board on the motion to recess.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. Speaker and Delegate Herman Daniels, I would like to request at this time that we I do accept the motion to recess. However, I'd like to ask that you modify that motion to recess, and I'd like to ask that we pick up with the controller's report tomorrow, and that we also get the veterans report, not in writing, but verbally, so that we can prepare ourselves for the shortfall that is currently happening, especially, as I stated already, in light of the fact that right after summer session is over, that Tuesday we start with budget hearings. And I think it's important that we, as the 24th Navajo Nation Council, hear the report from the Veterans Administration regarding the shortfall. In addition to that, we still have not received the DOJ opinion regarding the 50-50 formula. So at this point, the Veterans Administration Director is telling veterans that the 50-50 formula is illegal and cannot be used. There was a press release released by the Office of the President and the Vice President discussing the 50-50 formula. But as a council delegate, I still have yet to receive the official DOJ opinion stating that the 50-50 formula cannot be used. So I think that as a 24th Navajo Nation Council, we need to get all of that information before we go into budget, so that we can properly prepare ourselves, and then most importantly, as was provided by the President's report today, start asking questions. Because if you look at his report, I believe on page 4 at the bottom, it does state that there is going to be a request for $2 million. We don't know where that $2 million is going to come from. In addition to that, on the written report provided by the President, there's no mention of him meeting with the veterans on how they plan to address this issue. And my understanding listening to the veterans today is that they want to be heard, they want to be brought to the table, and they want to discuss what is happening right now. And I think that we owe it to them. And I know that we do have this report scheduled for Nabi after council and then after budget session, but I think that that's too far out, and it'll be after the issue has gone through budget and gone through council. So I am respectfully requesting of my colleagues, based on the recommendations that were provided today by the veterans who did go there, who marched there to Window Rock and marched to council chambers, that we allow the controller to give her report so that we know where we stand with our funding, and right after get the report from the Veterans Administration Director or from the President, on the 50-50 formula and why there is a $2 million shortfall, followed by the DOJ opinion that needs to be issued out to council. So at that time, Speaker, at this time, I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 1 minute, 55 seconds. So, Madam Chair, Charles, let me get this. So your motion, your request to modify is to start off tomorrow, Tuesday, July 19th, with the controller's report, and then and then accepting a written report from the Navajo Nation veterans, and then go into legislations, correct?
No, Speaker, my request is that we modify. We start with a verbal and a written report from the Controller's Office, and a verbal and written report regarding the Veterans Administration and the shortfalls that were discussed today. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, so just those two. That, Honorable Herman Daniels, there's a request to modify to start off tomorrow with from item number 7, receiving financial report from the Office of the Controller, and then 2, getting a written report or listening to the oral report from the Navajo Nation on an update of the Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, and the Navajo Nation Department of Justice regarding the memorandum dated July 7th, 2022, addressed to the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Executive Director regarding fiscal year 2023 recommended budget that dash Veterans Trust Fund Program and the Veterans Trust Fund Home. No, because it says in the we've done it before where we just listen to those 2 reports and then go on. There's been precedents before. If you look on because it's up to the council to decide this right now. With that, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I'll accept the request for a modification.
Okay. Honorable Chair, Jimmy Yellowhair, as a second.
I concur, Bigo. Yeah.
That, colleagues. Motion to recess at
Speaker, Delegate Freeland.
Now, day 2, beginning with written and oral reports from the Office of the Controller, and also item number 8A, and then immediately going into legislations under old business. That, Honorable Yellowhair. Chairman Hinyu, good evening.
It's Freeland.
Sorry, I have 3 people over here who said Hinyu or Honorable Freeland, is that you?
Yes, sir, Speaker, it was. Thank you. I'm glad you didn't call me Honorable Yellowland. But anyway, thank you, Speaker, colleagues, and I do have a request for modification to my brother, Honorable Daniels, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, modification. I wanted to hear from Indian Health Service specifically on the situation that occurred recently in Washington, D.C. related to the Supreme Court's ruling on the overturning of Roe versus Wade, the potential impacts it could give or bring to Indian country, but more importantly to our Navajo women and that choice ability to choose. How is that ruling going to impact, of course, services at the facilities, but how is it also going to impact family planning and the potential for contraception and other females' reproductive rights? I wanted to hear some of that report if we could, and the impacts that the Roe versus Wade impact that the Supreme Court ruling could bring to Indian Health Service and the Navajo area region. Speaker, that's my request for modification. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Where was it? Did it say that the
Court of Privilege, Mr. Speaker.
where does it where
Hello, are we still on?
We're here.
So perhaps they can just 160 here with 15. Perhaps they can do reports, several reports again.
okay. Colleagues, now we're the Office of Legislative Counsel adhere to, if you could listen into as well. Colleagues, we're starting to amend the agenda now. When we were just going to do one item that was allowable, then we're going to suspend the floor rules at that time just to hear that one report tomorrow. But since we're not going to do that, well, the recommendation is now that what we should do is how we've done it in the past. We should motion to, correct me if I'm wrong, Office of Legislative Counsel, this is what we did last time. Item number 5 would be receiving a report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation and receiving a report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation. Would be a motion, and second to accept those two as a written report, accept 8, B, C, and D as a written report, and accept all 9, A through E as a written report in a motion. That's the way it should be done, so we can accept those as a motion. And so the item number 7 and item number 8A is still left on there, so that can be done. Office of Legislative Counsel?
Yes, good evening, Speaker. This is Chief Legislative Counsel. Yes, that would be an appropriate way to proceed. You do need to, as you pointed out, you do need to remove the reports that are not going to be heard tomorrow. You either amend your agenda to accept written reports, or you just remove them completely from the agenda. But you do need to amend the agenda.
Okay.
Thank you, Speaker.
But can we accept them as written reports, and that just would accept all of them, and then we would just go into 7 and 8A? Would that work?
Yes, Speaker, that should work.
So colleagues, okay, that Honorable Herman Daniels, this is the recommendation. Because you're holding a motion right now to recess, if you continue to hold on to this motion to recess, it's just a motion to recess with no modifications. The recommended way that it would need to be done is, one, you'd have to withdraw the motion to recess, and two, we would have to accept item number, or actually motion to amend the agenda and approve item number 5, 6, 8B, 8D, 8E, and all of 9. Once that is complete, is that correct? And you can add them all together under written reports. So what we would do is all that would be added all together under written reports. So that would leave 2 reports tomorrow on the agenda. And at that time, then you can motion to recess, which would be leaving the controller's report and also the oral report A, which is the veterans issues and IHS. That, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Speaker, I'll go ahead and withdraw my motion.
Okay, with that, colleagues, going back to the floor. Is there a new motion? If not,
Motion, Delegate Daniel. So just as you advised, Speaker Damon and colleagues.
withdrawn his motion. Let me ask Honorable Jimmy Yellow here as a second. Do you also withdraw, Honorable Yellow here? Honorable Yellow here.
I should speak, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Yellow here. With that, we have a motion now by Chairman Daniel So, and this is to move item number 5, item number 6, item number 8B, item number 8D, and item number 8E, all under written reports, which is item number 9, and then accept all of those. They'll be all under written reports.
Thank you, Monica.
I just want to make sure it's on the board, colleagues, first. No. Thank you. With that, this is a motion to amend the agenda. Go ahead and put it on the board. Motion to amend the agenda, moving item number 5, which is receive report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation. Item number 6, receive report from the Speaker of the Navajo Nation. Item number 8B, which is Bureau of Indian Affairs. Item number 8D, Attorney General. Item number 8E, Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. All move under item number 9, which is written reports. That's a motion. Chairman Daniel So, and there is a second by Honorable Edison Wanika. Colleagues, any comments, questions on the motion? Is amending the agenda. This is a 2/3 vote, colleagues.
Question of privilege, Speaker Delegate Begay.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Paul Begay. Question of privilege.
Thank you. Just clarification. Those that you mentioned, those they will be written reports. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No question.
They'll all be written reports.
Sure.
Yeah. So it'd be moving item. Oh, you have to add that in there after that. Yeah, they all move up. Yeah. So move item number 5, item number 6, item number 8B, D, E, and move item number up to 9 and approve all written reports. Yeah. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Okay, with that, colleagues, there's no other comments, questions going twice. Going 3 times. Good board on amendment to amend to motion to amend the agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Oh.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.